All right, hello. Let's get started on this Monday. Welcome on into Team Wars 2. It's been a little while since the last cast, but we're here now with the semi-finals of Team Wars. I am joined with Nangert and Chocobo, as you can see. Say hello, guys.
Hello.
Hello.
All right, thanks for joining me today. So, real quick, I'm going to cover all our pretty faces just so the audience can see the essential bracket that we are working with. Once again, congrats to the top 4 teams. Juve's Disciples has chosen Bladham's Miscalculators as their opponent. Humans will be facing off against the Eggs of Schizolano, Stomosi. So this is what the bracket is going to be. It's a single elimination to the grand finals, and the 2 loser teams will play for 3rd place. What do you guys think about?
I'm surprised. I'm surprised you managed to say Tails' name, without stuttering. That's actually surprising. I will not call them anything else than Tails.
It's not that bad. Yeah, we will be casting 2 sets, Decoy. We are busy, so I will move on to the first set for this evening. Juve's Disciples versus Bladham's Miscalculators. The 1st and 4th place contestants, feel free to shed some light on these 2 squads or your predictions, guys. I'm going to set up the decks for you, and then we can go into it.
I feel biased,
Yeah.
We didn't say who's in each team.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I can do that. Let me do that, and then I'll set it up. So, Juve's Disciples. We have Captain Sebin, Alpha, Century, Bryguy, Demi-Remy, Icy, and Ollie. On the other side, Bladham's Miscalculators. We have Captain Decoy / Crazed, because I know that Crazed is still leading, but not on the team. Chocoboo, who's here with us, Mogwai,
Yay.
Incognito, Zhaoui, and Zay Tell. Alright. So I need to get the decks loaded here. We have some purple
Difficult
and
to
green.
give a prediction or an opinion because I already know the output. So
Yeah.
I'll leave it to you, Nangert.
Nangert, you can do the predicting.
I can do the predicting. Okay, let's act as if I don't know the outcome either. Okay, obviously, Jewish Disciples had a very, very strong showing in the round robin, so they're probably going to be the favorites into any team. But yeah, some very good.
How was the record of
I think 8-1. I think
8-1, right?
8-1. Yeah.
8-1
so really
is the
strong.
record for Juve's. Bladham's
I think
Miscalculators hanging in with a 5-4.
Yeah. I think Jewish Disciples only lost to Team Egg, which is why they chose Bladham's Miscalculators.
I can turn Nanger up, don't worry. Here, say something, Nanger. I boosted your audio.
Yeah. Okay. I hope it's better now, Decoy. I hope you can hear me.
I think that's too loud. I just didn't turn it down, but yeah. You should be good. Anyway, these are the 2 decks that we have. I'll leave it to you guys for all that, and we can get into the match.
So we got Cybin with Abyssian, right? I mean, the list itself is kind of like Big Boy Abyss, but with a very standard early game, right? Some creeps, some Shadow Novas. It's interesting though, only 1 Grasp of Agony, right? I guess it's good because people kind of play around it a lot.
Yeah, I think with Grasps, you either expect them to have it or you so expect them to have 3 of them or 0. So if you play 1, they will play around Grasp for the rest of the game, which actually means that not having any more Grasps in your deck increases the card quality of the rest of your deck. So running 1 Grasp is smart, I think.
Yeah, it's interesting. We didn't get to see ZC's Magmar.
Yeah,
But
sometimes
I guess
the
you should know it,
replays
so.
people.
but you can go ahead. It's okay. Um, I have it somewhere here. Yeah.
Guess
Let's see
it's
if I
good that we have people from the teams that actually
can-
posted today, so we have some insider information on
So
decks and
CC's
plays.
Magmar, pretty standard as well, with 3 Elders, 3 Harvesters, Metamorph, Plasma Storm. Standard removal from Magmar. Just 2 Vindicators, which is interesting, and 1 Dancing Blades. But I think this is like a really good start for Magmar, right? Whenever you start with a young Silithar, you know it's gonna stick for a bit. They can't really whip it and kill it, so you know it's gonna stick around, even if it's just an egg, right?
Yeah. Also, like generally really good opener going first, and we have a Abyssian going second, which is also something that you usually want to do. Abyssian slightly better going second because they want to go into those 7 drops as fast as possible. So I think both players should be happy here with their starts.
That's interesting. I didn't think about that, but that makes sense. So Abyssian kind of likes to go second because they reach the 7 mana cap faster.
Yes.
That's interesting. That makes sense.
It's, I think, like one of the only factions that actually does well going second, because
Yeah.
generally it is considered to be a bit of an advantage going first, at least for like more competitive play. But for Abyssian, it's actually the case that the win conditions basically start all at 7 mana, so they want to reach that point as fast as possible, and therefore, yeah, it's quite good to go
Yeah.
second as Abyssian.
Never really thought about it. I mean, the good thing also about Ghost Links is that it allows to play 2 drop and not lose hand size. So it's not a bad start for either of them. I wonder if they're just gonna take both orbs here. It seems like they are. I mean, pretty strong start, right, CZ? You heal the young Silithar, you keep him in play. You have 3 2/3/2 drops. You're kind of swarming a little bit, which is really good to start with, and you're also kind of threatening that mana tile that is left, right? So it seems like Cybin is not going to be having any mana tiles this match.
Yeah. Like, there would be a good play here for Cyban theoretically if he had the grasp of like grass blower, which could
Yeah.
clear the entire board. But he doesn't. He only runs one grasp, so he also replaces the lure here.
Oh, maybe he got it there. No, he didn't.
Yeah, if he would have gotten it,
That would have been
pretty sad.
insane.
But,
The lure grasp is so strong because it's so difficult to play around, right?
Yeah.
If you have 3 minions on board, it's just gonna get a lot of value.
like you still want to position relatively aggressively against Abyssian because you need to pressure them
Yeah.
to kill them before their win condition comes down. And if you kind of place everything in their face, like a lot of things will get hit by grasp, especially with blue.
Okay, so they decided just to kill one young Silithar and play a Rejuve in the back. Seems fair enough. You don't lose any bodies as Cybin, but you do have to let them take the orb and ramp this turn.
Yeah. So here, Flash Macanta would be pretty good, but we only see the Flash in Digital's hand.
Well, they can flash into the Elder here.
Yeah, that's, I guess,
That-
really good as well.
I mean, it's not like against Abyssian. It's not that difficult for Abyssian to clear those eggs that the Elder puts behind, right? So maybe it's not the strongest scenario, but if you can drop an Elder on 4 mana, because you just ramp to 5, like this is turn 3, right?
Yeah, this is really strong. Like, we see that Sylvan has really good answers in hand with Bloodtear, Night
Yeah.
Sorrow, and the Void Postspring, but he can play all 3 of those cards, so he can't actually
Yeah.
clear the Elder and both eggs. He can only clear 1 egg and the Elder, or maybe only choose to clear the the 1 egg here and play a Mystic now that he's drawn that. And then clear the Elder next turn with Night Sorrow and Void Pulse or Blood Tear.
So you would go to clear the egg and heal instead of the Night Sorrow?
Yeah, I think
It's
I
a
wouldn't
difficult
Night Sorrow
choice.
here because you want to clear
Yeah,
the egg on the same turn where you clear the Elder.
I agree with that. But up until now, it's quite an even match. ZZ does have the upper hand with the Elder on board, but we do see some answers there.
Yeah.
And it's interesting that he put the Mystic on the creep tile, but I guess since there's only one creep tile, you don't really mind that it gets pinged, right?
Yeah, it only dies to either Blood Tear or Void Pulse ping, but those cards you want to keep for Elder basically and the eggs, so it's not really worth pinging a 2/2.
Oh wow,
So
they didn't clear the Elder this turn.
I'm still surprised that they put the general in range of the Elder.
Yeah. Like right now, ZZ can clear the Mystic and just go face with the Elder.
Yeah.
I mean, it is 8 damage, and they're still at 25, but it's still a big hit.
He would also put the Elder on creep, so only Night Sorrow clears it. Which I guess might be what Sibin is actually looking at here to get
I'm surprised
a very good clear.
because the Sybin here moved the Rejuve outside of range of the Elder, even if the Elder would go face. Because if the Elder would go face, you could use the Rejuve to finish it off and then clear it. I'm surprised he moved it so far away. I'm not really sure. Well, he's playing around Mecanter, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's still a consideration keeping the Rejuve somewhere in range, if it can be in range, because that would allow you to play Warper Reaver next turn. Which
exactly, because you wouldn't have to Night Sorrow.
Strong. Yeah, exactly.
Oh. Are we going to see a Primus Fist on the Elder and the Elder's going to go face? It could be.
Yeah.
Oh, and the Vindicator can clear the Blood Tier. Oh, they're not going face? I mean, the moment you put the Primus Fist there, you can't go face. Because it doesn't lay an egg, right?
Yeah, you could still cash in the damage, but Sibin is still at 25 HP, so it's not really that valuable. And it plays really hard into Grasp if you hit with Elder here.
That is true. You could fall into a Grasp trap. See, that's the good thing about running only one Grasp. It's very common to play around Grasp. I'm guessing the mind, like the thought process of ZZ here was like, it's very difficult for them to clear the Elder. So I prefer to get it later down the line.
Yeah, but this is actually a really smart clear.
Oh, and they also have a Void Pulse. This is going to clear the Elder completely.
Yes. There was also a different clear, but the different clear was like 7 mana, where you could walk 2 forward with the Rejuve, so that wasn't actually possible this turn.
Yeah. Oh, and putting the egg on the creep means you don't even have to punch it yourself. Wow, that was a really strong turn for Sybin. Like, it felt like the position of ZZ was really strong, but that turn was insane. I mean, this is a really easy Dancing Blades, right? You clear the Night Sorrow. That Rejuve is just staying there, just chilling in the back.
Yeah, I think the position of the Rejuve is pretty good too, especially considering that you have Revenants or Shadow Novas coming in next turn. The positioning for CZTL might be a bit awkward if he wants to play around those cards, so the Rejuve might be able to trade a unit off. it just makes the positioning for CZ Tail a bit harder if the reach
Yeah.
stays there. And I guess you don't need to cash in like 4 damage on the enemy general with it.
No, because you want late game, right? With Abyssian, you want to start dropping your 7 mana, 6 mana drops. So leaving a 4/4 on board that can help you clear stuff and stabilize. It just seems better than cashing in 4 damage now, right?
Like usually you wouldn't expect Magma to have enough healing to outsustain the entire late game package that Abyssian brings. And
Yeah.
I don't think I'm not sure. Like we see rejuves, but I don't think we have a lot of Earth Spheres, right? I don't quite remember
No,
the deck list.
I have the list here, and I do not see any.
Yeah, so without
Okay.
Earth Spheres, I don't think the Magma list can really out-heal the Abyssian, so it's better to just not take the damage from Rejuve and keep it to trade units.
We've arrived to 7 mana turns for Abyssian. So now I'm expecting just big boy after big boy, right?
So here, obviously, you kind of want to play the Revenant, but you need to find the best positioning around Mercantor, so that ideally Mercantor can't hit 2 things.
I mean, if you go down 1 with the Rejuve and you play the Revenant behind the General's back and go on the creep, you can punch the blades, you go 1 back, so you avoid any Mercantor value.
Well, Mercantor still hits Rejuve and Revenant then, right?
Oh yeah, that's true.
So this is the positioning that Sibin chose, and this actually plays around Mercantor.
Yeah, this one completely, like you literally have to take the Revenant damage unless you get a Metamorphosis, which they don't have.
Yeah, so Dancing Blade might still need to trade into the Revenant.
Wow, that's so harsh. Mercantor here is just completely useless, actually.
You could also Mercantor the Revenant and then hit face with the Dancing Blades, I guess.
You might have to, right?
But you would go down to 7 HP
11?
because you have to trade the Rejuve as well.
Ah, yeah, you have to take the damage. So you're taking 8, 4 from Revenant, 4 from the Rejuve.
Yeah. And
Plasma
then,
Storm useless, and at this point, I don't think Plasma Storm is going to give any value. Since Abyssian is probably just going to drop. Okay, they're taking the Dancing Blades route.
yeah, so we're probably looking at a Rejuve play here.
Feels really, really bad for ZZ because at this point the health gap is so big.
Yeah.
And you're in Abyssian territory now.
I think the play to win here was to actually Mercantor it and hit face with
And go
Dancing Blade.
face. Yeah,
Yeah,
you need to finish this. If there's any chance, you have to go aggressive, right?
you have you go down to 7, which means you're dead to Revenant Void Pulse. But they played 1 Revenant, they played 1 Void Pulse, I think. So still not highly unlikely that they don't have it, but
And you also don't develop much board, right? Because you just have the Dancing Blades and the Young Silithar, because the Mercantor would die.
And then basically on the 8 mana turn, you would look at double Rejuve basically to heal out of the Lethal Rangers again and to develop board.
This seems like a clear Shadow Nova, right? Because of the Rejuve positioning.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
You're not under any threat of dying here. So.
And you have Revenant to finish off. Exact lethal next turn.
Yeah.
Unless they heal.
Okay, so it was actually safe to punch the Rustcrawler here. So even Elucidator combo would still win for Sibin because all 3 Elucidators couldn't hit. So walking up to
Yeah,
so
because they're
it's
at
safe
6
as well.
health. Yeah, exactly. I mean, this position now is not the worst for ZZ. Saiban is down to 18, and there is a Vindicator in hand. Flash Elder as well.
Also,
The problem is
CCTL
the consistent Revenants coming down, right?
also like CCTL healed out of lethal range here.
Yeah. And because of the position of the Shadow Nova, another Shadow Nova doesn't get full value, right? It will only count for 2 tiles.
Yeah, so it would be 7
So it's
damage.
quite underwhelming. Oh, this is a little heal. Oh, I'm surprised the Revenant is going face.
Interesting, yeah. I guess this still plays the best around Mercantor,
That is true. That is true.
and it requires a meta here.
Feels
And I
like
guess
it has to be this turn, right? If you don't kill Saiban this turn, it's over. Because there is no way to remove the Revenant.
exactly, yeah.
How much damage does CZ have? With Vindicator, Elder, that's 9.
15.
15.
And then but they get Sivan gets 2 heals, I think.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, because the Elder
Yeah,
takes
that's
1
fair.
without the heal, but then the other 2 uses of the artifact. So,
Yeah.
7 off, right? No, 6 off, sorry.
6 off, yes.
Is it more damage to Mercantor Primus Fest? I don't think so.
No.
Because that's 5 plus 2, 7 instead of 9. And that's it. This was less damage or more damage. I'm not sure. This is 4, 9. It's exactly the same damage. Well, it's actually 1 less because Saivan here gets to heal on every proc of the artifact.
Yeah.
And that's it.
So it looked alright for CCTL for quite some time, but
Yeah, the early game was really strong, right?
Yeah, but in the end, like, kind of lost pressure and gave the Abyssian too much time to play the 7 drops.
Exactly. When Abyssian can get away with playing a Nova, and not getting behind or getting surrounded by minions, it's kind of difficult to come back from that.
Yeah. Okay, so we see the mirror here. So I'm assuming Decoy is playing
Decoy,
it.
yes. So not that different list, is it? Well, Decoy is packing the Lady
and
Locks.
Lady Locks. Yeah, also Arakis. So as Decoy mentioned in chat earlier, that Araki makes going first as Abyssian a bit better. But I still think in this matchup you want to go second, which Decoy still does. And he gets Araki and Ghost Links for turn 1, which is pretty good.
And we can see in Decoy's list, he runs 3 Grasp of Agonies instead of 1. So that's also a difference. So the decks look similar because of the end curve, right? The high curve.
Yeah.
With Revenants and Novas, right? Okay, so this time Simon's going first. They both have decent hands. Just healing Mystic to start, and then Decoy can actually do Araki plus Ghost Links.
Yeah, but as we can see here now, this will actually be cleared with like Platir and Anti-Blade.
And what do you do here? Because you haven't seen Grasp of Agony, but you still assume they're playing it, right? It's quite risky to take middle tile with Ghost Links. And they don't do it.
They don't do it, yeah. So they basically would take the trade of Araki into the Healing Mystic and taking the free damage.
Yeah.
which is fair.
It's a good value from Araki, right? It's not terrible.
Yeah, you're basically
But,
trading 2-drops and getting some extra value out of it. So.
But we see that Saibon actually has many ways to deal with this Araki. He can actually choose. He can disenchant it and then not lose the Healing Mystic or take 3. He can equip the artifact. There's just so many things. I think Abyssian doesn't do bad against artifacts, but I don't see anything in Decoy's hand to do anything about the artifacts.
Yeah, he basically has to take some damage with face.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. 7 chooses to shroud the Araki here. Like, seeing the Araki, I would have maybe kept the shroud for a second one, because you know you can deal with the first one pretty easily.
Yeah.
And the shroud also basically just dies to a general. So I guess
there
the
is
shroud blocks the tile, but I'm not sure how worth that is.
I mean, it depends if you want to ramp up next turn, right? I mean, there is double 2-drop plus Void Pulse options next turn. But Decoy's hand is looking quite awkward, huh? With all the late game.
I guess it curves out pretty well from next turn on, but
yeah, exactly. I think this is the only weird turn, right?
Yeah, and considering you're playing into a Spectral Blade right now, you'd actually want a strong turn right here.
Yeah. I guess you have to play the Araki outside of the enemy general, right?
Yeah.
And they chose to clear the... The positioning of this Ghost Links is awkward, because if you move forward, you're basically allowing them to kill it and heal.
Yeah,
You could take
I would
a
probably
ping
keep it
on
where
the
it is.
healing. Oh, yeah. Okay. They do go downwards. I mean, going downwards, you attract them outside of the orb, right? Like far from the orb. Mm-hmm. Which is interesting. I don't know. I mean, you can still take the orb. If you're Saibon, you can just double 2-drop to take the orb.
Yeah, like we see a grasp in Decoy's hand right now, so the 2-drops might be a bit vulnerable to that.
Yeah.
But yeah, you have no other play, so you're probably going to play double 2-drop here.
And since they're Ghost Links, you're not really throwing your hand, which is good. I just don't know if you play the Void Pulse. You have the mana to play it.
Yeah, you're full health, so it's probably not necessary to play right now.
Not necessary, right? You do fill your hand this turn with the Ghost Links.
Yeah.
But you don't overdraw.
Okay, interesting movement with the Mystic, playing around Dancing Blades.
Oh, yeah.
So, I guess there's still an alright play of moving the Araki top left and then Dancing Blades on the...
yeah, you can clear both Ghost Links, right?
Ghost Links in the top row, and then Araki clears the one in the second row.
Yeah, and you drop a Dancing Blades, which is a big body, not that easy to clear for Abyssian unless they get a Knights or Assassin. So as we were saying before, since Decoy went second, he does have the priority in 7-drops now, right? So he's gonna start dropping 7-drops before Saibon.
Yeah,
which is interesting.
And I think for 7-drops, it's actually best to play Revenant first, because it's harder to deal with. Basically, if you Nova first, it allows your opponent to just move out of the Nova and then play their own Revenant or Nova. But if you play Revenant first, then they need to deal with it. Like, they need to play Knights or on it, they need to, I don't know, lure it on creep if there is one, or anything like that. And that means you don't just play your 7-drop first, but you also deny your opponent's first 7-drop.
That's actually really interesting. Yeah, because they have to do something against the Revenant, right? And it's never valuable to Revenant and an existing Revenant that already got value, because your Revenant is gonna die, right?
So the only thing you could basically do is play your first Nova on the Revenant.
But then you can, then the other one still has the priority, right?
Yeah, then the other one again has the next 7-drop.
There is a grasp. So Stybon has his one-off grasp in hand. I wonder if he'll use it here to clear the Araki with a Dark Transformation, maybe. It's not the best play, to be honest.
Yeah, I would probably tend more towards playing the Crawler next to the Dark Transformation, because Araki is actually not in range of your general if you move one to the left. So it's not an immediate threat, and you can still clear it maybe a turn later.
It only has 2 health, so it's not that scary, right? But not the best turn for Simon here.
Yeah, it's relatively slow.
Playing very well around Grasp, which is good.
Yes.
Which is good for them.
And it allows the Warper Reaver to come down.
Oh yes.
Pretty much uncontested on the board.
And right after a Dark Transformation just came down, right? So the likeliness of it sticking is quite high.
Yeah. So I think this is actually a really good position here for Decoy.
How do you position the Warper Reaper? Do you just put it on face? Do you avoid the crawler?
You could avoid the crawler by putting it like top left of your general, for example. Because then you deny crawler hitting it and then Night Sorrow.
Yeah.
You've also already seen Shroud, so like it depends on how many Shrouds you're expecting Sibin to play here. But obviously you'd want to deny it being cleared with Shroud, Night Sorrow, or something like that. Okay, chooses to put it in Sibin's face here. But as we can see right now, there is no Night Sorrow Assassin, so this might go unpunished.
It could go uncontested.
Yeah.
Oh, the replays! Ouch.
Okay, so as we can see in Twitch chat, Decoy apparently blames his team for the Warp Reaver positioning here. So any comment on that, Chocobo?
I honestly don't remember. To be honest, it could still be Voidpool's Night Sorrow, but I agree, it was better outside of range. There's no recording, so there's no proof. So a lot of now this part I do remember, because look at the spawns of the Wraithings, right? And look at the hand of Sibin. Now what do you think is gonna happen?
I guess the one-off Grasp is a really strong inclusion here.
Yeah, it's really punishing from that from the spawn there, because you get to clear 4 Wraithlings and the Araki.
And the other Wraithling is not getting any value either, so
yeah,
it was a very, very good clear here by Sibin.
So as Decoy right now, you can override a creep here, right? Which is always good.
Yeah, you override a creep, you hit all 3 opposing units.
If they had more mana, they could actually play maybe a Grasp or 2 and get some extra damage, which wouldn't be too bad.
Yeah. But I think just you just drop 7 drops here. No, you're down to 12 HP as Decoy already, but I think you need to take the initiative here.
Yeah,
doesn't matter what your hand is. You need to play to kill your opponent with the kind of tempo advantage that you have, being the first player to be able to drop 7 drops.
there's no way of playing double grasps, because double grasp here would be really interesting. But there's just no way.
Yeah.
So just Shadow Nova, replacing the creep that existed,
Okay.
and getting the damage from the Wraithling on face. More Novas on
Second
Decoy's
Nova.
hand.
But you see a Revenant and Nova here also for Sibon. So you could just Revenant face here, knowing that you can't die next turn.
If you Revenant face, you leave Decoy at 6.
Yeah, which means they will need to clear the Revenant. And
Yeah.
they most likely can't, well, not most likely, they can't play another 7-drop. And then you have
The initiative. let's say,
Nova
right?
and, yeah, basically you
This,
just have
this is what you were saying before, right? This is exactly the issue.
Yeah, if you play Nova,
with
as
starting with
just-
Nova.
Yeah,
Mhm.
you're basically not getting ahead on board if you play it like that.
Oh, the second Nova in hand.
Okay, so it turns out playing Nova here was actually better for Sibon because
He
just
drew the other one.
to place the to draw the other one. Yeah.
I think if you don't heal this turn, you're dead. If you're Decoy, right?
Yeah.
Um,
What you could do is override the
you could
The
roll
Nova.
override 1.
Sibon play.
I guess Sebon was forced to do this because if not, a second Nova would have just been less powerful, right? If he played the Nova that he played this turn 1 to the right, he doesn't have enough.
Yeah.
That Decoy could just hide on the corner, basically.
So like the Nova positioning by Sibon here was absolutely correct.
And having the Void Pulls, it doesn't punish you.
Okay, so we do see Nova face here.
And that's it. That's game.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, there's lethal in hand. Harpu's saying this right here is a decision that determines the very fates themselves. Gotta cover them
Yeah.
damn tiles.
So the thing is, like, covering all tiles would have been the best play if you had the third Nova, or if you're
Yeah.
just so good that you're drawing your third Nova really soon. Dismos was playing for more of an immediate.
Oh, the walk of Cybin outside of the creeps.
Yeah.
I mean, you always do it
do
just
this
in
as well.
case.
Yeah,
Just in case, 'cause,
something
you know.
happens and it's not lethal.
A little slip, a miscalculation, and you lose a game that was clearly in your favor. All right, well, that's 2-0 for Juve's Disciple, huh? They've got Magmar and Abyssian out of the way.
Now we get the Songhai into it, which is, I think, in Team was a very common counterpick into the Abyssian.
Yeah, Incognito with his spell high, right? Ghost
Yes.
Links. One off Blood Rage Mask. It's very standard spell high, right? I've seen many lists. They always are diverse, maybe in a couple 2 drops and something like that, but not that different from each other, right? You can include a Shroud. You can.
They basically all run the same set of cards, besides maybe Blood Rage Mask right now.
Mhm.
And basically some numbers are just adjusted according to player preference, but all lists are very similar.
I guess Blood
Okay,
Rage
so-
Mask is good to finish things off. When you
Yeah.
don't really have a minion on board, right?
Good in the late game when you have really, really good Heaven's Eclipse turns.
Yeah.
So running 1 is maybe okay. So you can replace it until the late game. But I don't think you usually want to play it in the early game.
No. I think that's why maybe 1 off is enough. 2 off is definitely enough, and 3 I think it's just too much, right?
Yeah, that's too much.
Okay, so Ghost Links start here from Cybin. The problem about Heartseeker here is that you're playing against Abyssian, which is the one ping per default tier, right? Like they have million ways to ping your Heartseeker.
Yes, and Bradham's miscalculators also know that Simon's list runs Void Pulse, which not every Abyssian list does anymore. So there's definitely a lot of pings for the Heartseeker.
They do go for the replace.
Yeah, I think that's quite good.
And the Heartseeker coming back. But Four Winds Magus is good against Abyssian if you manage to play it early on before Shadow Nova can come down. I think it's a pretty decent card for Songhai, because Abyssian struggles a little bit with it because you always backline it, right? So it's difficult for Abyssian to get the Night Sorrow close, right?
Yeah. So basically, if you have Blood Tear and Night Sorrow, it's a bit easier because Blood Tear gives you a bit more range, but it requires 2 specific cards.
Yeah.
It could also be Lure and Night Sorrow, I guess, but
as we can see here in Simon's hands,
it's actually in Simon's hand. But I do think the first turn here is pretty interesting because it's not actually clear. Okay, it's just going to be Lure, so a very, very slow turn here. Giving you
and they
some
threaten
time.
Both mana tiles, right?
Yeah.
Which is
I think
interesting.
the positioning here is quite good, but it's still very, very slow.
Yeah, you kind of lose a little bit the initiative with that turn, right?
Yeah. Because Songhai also doesn't have a lot of minions that they want to put on the tile. Maybe something like a Lantern Fox. Or I guess Ghost Links to take tiles. But other than that, I don't think you want to put Four Winds that close on a tile. You don't want to put Chakri or Heartseeker that close. So threatening both tiles here might be very effective.
Yeah. I do remember this turn because I liked a lot the approach that Incognito took to it. So his reasoning here was that if he would put the Four Wings Magus on the tile, on the bottom tile, right? Cybon cannot punch it with Ghost Links and then summon a Night Sorrow because the Ghost Link dies. So they
would have to block the center tile from like 7 walking 2 down.
Yeah, so the idea was like he either clears the Heartseeker or he goes down to play a Night Sorrow next to the Four Winds Magus, right?
Yeah, I think this makes sense.
Yeah. I think it's the only way that Incognito had to take the tiles and not be extremely punished by it.
Yeah, I like this. Also, as we mentioned earlier, like Heartseeker is not very likely that it gets a lot of value. So just putting it aggressively like that to force a difficult decision is probably the best that you're getting out of it.
And we do see the Night Sorrow in Cybon's hand. But it did create that kind of like, whoa. It is making that difficult decision, right? And Cybon is choosing to actually clear the Heartseeker. So he might play a Shroud? Or Dark Fart?
Dark Transformation, yeah.
Dark Terminus, yeah. Okay. It's not a bad answer to the Four Winds, right? Because you're trading 4 mana for 4 mana. The state of the game itself doesn't change too much.
Yeah.
Incognito still has a bit the advantage in tempo, let's say. But you are getting closer to the 7 mana turns, which is what you want.
So
As
we
it is,
see
yeah.
the second 4-1s being played here, which I assume will just get answered by Bloodtear Night Sorrow. So playing the second one does get punished a lot by a lot of the removal that Abyssian can play, and
Yeah.
that is known to be in Sibon's deck. But I guess it was still the best option. Like, what you could have maybe done was... No, I don't think
It's
there was
difficult.
really any positioning where you could protect the 4-1s from Night Sorrow by playing it far enough
No.
away.
Unless you go kill that Ghost Lynx, right? But you miss out on a lot of damage. 5 specifically.
Yeah, you'd miss out on a lot of damage. So you could walk. You could have walked 2 to the right and then played really defensively. And I think then Bloodtear and Night Sorrow couldn't reach. But yeah, I still think you have to be relatively aggressive here.
I mean, we do have Saibon at 15, which, playing against Songhai, being solo already on turn 4 or 5, it's quite...
And we see another 8 damage here. So
Yeah, we have both Tuskboars, right? So Saibon
I
can
would
drop
still
here.
assume them to play only one of them and play the Lantern Fox next to it.
I mean, it assures, or at least it gives you more chances of drawing more damage, right?
Like, you will still have the other Tuskboar next turn, since you don't have lethal this turn. It doesn't really matter if you play it this turn or next turn. And this obviously allows you to get more damage out of the one Tuskboar. And playing the Lantern Fox this turn might give you more damage with a Phoenix Fire as well.
Yeah, I do like this. Because the Lantern Fox and the Boar both are threats that, as a Byzantine, you don't want to leave on board. And Incognito also has another Boar with an Inner Focus, which can total up to 6 damage, right?
Yeah, so this is a very threatening situation here for Sibon. He basically needs to deal with both minions here while staying relatively healthy. He chooses the lure here, and I assume the Drought and Blade, which also plays around another Tuskboar. He will still take 3 damage or 2 after the heal. But
so he's going to go down to 9.
Focus. Yeah.
So he would be dead to Spiral Technique. Sometimes you just have to take the risks, right?
Yeah, you have to. You have to take the best play in the situation and hope for somehow to not have the damage.
And here, Incognito kind of bricks, right? Because the artifact makes it that Tuskboar can attack twice.
Yeah. So you could just walk 2 to the right here, clear the...
Take your time, right?
Get the Night Sorrow and play the Ghost Lynx to refill your hand, and maybe draw into lethal next turn.
Yeah, there's no reason to play the Tuskboar this turn, I feel.
Yeah, you could clear a minion with it, but then you don't get any face damage. Okay, so...
And that is what you want.
Incognito opts to stay...
he's going forward.
Really aggressive here. And hitting face, okay.
I mean, removing one use of the artifact is quite important.
Yeah, quite good.
Oh, and he is using the Tuskboar to clear board.
Okay, so Incognito will draw 4 cards here.
So there's actually 5 damage.
A high chance of getting 5 damage in his deck.
But he doesn't get it.
Basically the 5 damage with Phoenix Fire and hitting face. But we see the Rejuve in his hand, so this will not be enough.
Yeah, that was not great draws.
Yeah, I guess top decking Heaven's Eclipse would still potentially be a lot of damage.
Yeah. I mean, as Sibon, do you just drop Nova this turn? You
No,
can't, right? You have to heal.
Like if you drop Nova, you're pretty much always dead. Like you're dead
Yeah.
to Phoenix Fire, Saber Spine's heal, probably good as any in a focus play.
Oh, I like this boxing though, because you're covering a minion attack to face.
Yeah, this is good positioning. Okay, so we see the Heaven's Eclipse, so there are
Ooh.
potential. Okay, playing the Heaven's Eclipse before the Chakra is interesting.
Oh. It is interesting, right? Because if you get an inner focus, oh no, you
If
don't
you
get
get inner
it.
focus chucks, then it would potentially be lethal. But
Yeah.
he wouldn't have
But you
got
don't. Actually, inner focus Jux would be lethal if you play the Chakra first, right? Because you have the Phoenix Fire as well.
Yeah.
But this is there's a lot of damage from Saiban on board right now.
Yeah, so I think Nova is lethal here if he doesn't Phoenix Fire anything, which he does.
Yeah, the Jux there just to buff the Chakra.
Yeah, I mean Nova still clears here, and he can keep his positioning that no minion can hit his general.
Revenant would be lethal though. No? No. It would be one off.
Yeah. So, okay, gets a grasp here.
Ooh, is that
which
lethal?
Might be lethal.
Yeah, that's the 3 they were missing. The one-off grasp coming in clutch for Saiban. That's it. Yeah, Saiban is using his ability to draw lethal quite effectively.
Yeah.
Oof, so we're going to 3-0 from Juve. So who can stop Saiban at this point?
Well, I think your kind of best answers are gone already. I do think that some Lionelists are actually pretty good against Abyssian, but not necessarily against Warp Reaver. So the Warp Reaver inclusion very good against Lana.
Yeah, because against Volpo Reaper, you have to martyrdom it, right? Unless you can get some damage and then Holy Immolate. But no, instead I'm going next, which is gonna be fun to watch. I'm gonna enjoy this. Let's see.
We do have some interesting cards here for this matchup, like Mirage Master.
Yes, Mirage Master with Revenant is quite good.
Yeah.
I didn't get a bad hand to start, now that I remember. Araki plus Primus Fist is quite good as an opener.
Yeah.
Saiban did replace his entire hand.
And didn't get a 2-drop so far, so we'll have to see if...
Ooh, that's... I mean, you do have the lure, which is not terrible going second, right?
Yeah, it's clearly better than nothing. Okay, drawing the Ghostlings here is really, really good.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you can do Ghostlings plus lure.
Now this actually makes Araki plus Primus Fist a lot worse in your next turn.
The Maelstrom coming back. It's just a one-off, I promise.
But the deck was titled Double Maelstrom.
Oh shit. Okay, well then I was lying to y'all. This was a version of 2. I honestly thought I only had one. Oh. So, I mean, here you have to go Araki Primus. You do play into Grasp, which which
I think you do just
saw.
block the general hit on the Araki with the Primus.
Yeah, I did just see Incognito lose to Grasp, but I don't think you can't do any other way, right?
Yeah.
There's the
You
Maelstrom.
could play the Primus Fist back and only get a 3/3 Araki.
Yeah,
but
I did actually think about that, right? So you could play the Arakian Orb and then the Primus away, but then it just dies on board, right?
yeah, it just dies on board. So I don't think it's worth it.
So here, Saibon could lure the Primus away and kill off the Araki.
He could also
Or Night Sorrow after the Ghostlink punch. I don't see a way to clear both. Well, yeah, with Dark Terminus, you can clear both minions.
also might be the play here.
We had some spirited discussion about this turn. I mean, a Dark Terminus on an Araki is something that, from my point of view, I was happy to see.
Yeah.
Interesting position from Saibon. I mean, you can't play... I guess you're playing around Boneswarm. And I can't play Star's Fury yet because I'm only on 4, right?
Yeah. Also, like Star's Fury to clear 2 1/1s or clear 6 face damage here, I don't think is very good.
Yeah.
You're just falling back in tempo a lot.
I'm surprised. Well, you know, you couldn't threaten to tile because you had to kill the Primus Fist, right?
Yeah.
So here, this is a basic, very, very typical turn from Vitruvian, right? You Portal Guardian on the Orb, Primus Fist. It's pretty good.
It's good, yeah. But we know Night Sorrow Assassin is a card.
Exactly. At least you have to punch it, right? Night Sorrow Assassin, in the past, you could just play it here clean and just remove it, right? I remember when that was a thing.
Yeah, me too. Sad times for the Ruben players.
I mean, you have many different options here. But
You
I'm
could also
not
Spectral
sure.
Blade and Night Sorrow here. Clear both units.
Yeah. That seems like the cleanest play, isn't it? Because you don't need to punch it with your general. Oh, or just use the Wraithling
Oh, yeah. It also works.
and heal up a bit with the Healing Mystic, right? This Ghostlink's getting a lot of value here. Just with that little punch.
Okay, again, playing around Bone Swarm, playing around stacking
Yeah.
them into Tropic Decay, just
Getting
That's
getting a Bone Swarm on your 4-2 really
Yeah,
hurts a
so-
lot, right?
also cards like Star's Fury don't really hurt here, so you might as well play into it.
Yeah, there's not much value to get out of Star's Fury at the moment, right?
Oh, and we have a kind of sad turn here for Chocobo.
Oh, he must be sad.
Repulse at least one of the units or Tiger on them.
They both feel bad plays. Not gonna lie.
I guess we do have back-to-back MRs coming in.
That is the positive part.
They are vulnerable to Demonic Lures, which is a card that Sibin has in his hand. So we will
I
see
think
how it plays out.
the only positive part about this is that Saibon is still on 6 mana instead of 7.
Yeah, and doesn't actually have a good hand here, so needs a good replace.
That is true.
See if he's a better player than Chocobo and getting the better card of the replacement. It's a bit better.
It's decent.
It's an
Healing
improvement.
Mystic plus Blade is not terrible, right?
Yeah.
Better than a Tiger on a Healing Mystic, I would say. I wonder the distance, right? The reason behind the distance, why Cybon does not go further. I guess with Shadow Novas and stuff, you can pose more of a threat than Vitruvian himself, right? Getting close.
Yeah, it might be that they're just very comfortable in this position here, and that they
Yeah.
feel if they get enough time that they will most likely win the game. We also see them backing off here. I guess they always have an answer to Scarab in hand with Demonic Lure and Night Sorrow. And yeah, Sibin says here in chat he doesn't want the Amara to be in Amara.
Don't want to be in general Amara range. Makes sense.
I think Amara in general here is not a problem. Like, worst case scenario, you can just Revenant it.
Yeah, because Stibon is too healthy for Amara to actually get too much value, right?
I still think it's solid to play around it. Like, there's no
Yeah.
disadvantage to it.
For sure. It's funny because in my thought process, I actually didn't want to allow Cybon to punch the Amara.
So you didn't want him to take 9 damage of the healing with this macro play?
Yeah, I guess. I thought about it, and I put it outside of the general range. I did indeed. Don't remember the thought process there, but
played around playing Amara around the general.
Yeah. I wonder who got benefited more from that. It didn't really matter because it was Revenant, right?
Yeah. I guess here we could see Repulsor Beast Tropic Decay, but that's a really slow play, giving Sivin even more time to develop his 7 drops or Evaporiva here.
Yeah. See, that Aymara went down, and it didn't really make much of a health impact because of how healthy Cybin was, and because the Revenant did 4 damage when it attacked it, right?
Yeah. So here, maybe you could just play the second Amara. So I'd maybe play Amara 1 below my general, then walk 2 up and punch the Revenant, which is very risky, but
yeah, it felt really bad to waste Repulsor and Tropic, right? So the thought process was just to drop Aymara and tank 6, because I mean. Oh no! Wait. Okay, so it wasn't.
We do see
okay. I guess I misunderstood the turns. I don't want to spoil anything.
Okay, so we do see the third Amara coming in.
There's a lot of healing in my hand if you look at it, right? Because there's 2 Aymaras, 2 healing mystics. But there's a lot of big boys in Cybin's hand.
Okay, so interestingly, we see 1 Syzygy in the Vitruvian deck.
Yes.
And 1 Astral Phasing, so even if an Amara gets lured, might still get value.
The Void Pulse going down here.
I think playing the Void Pulse here is quite good, because it allows you to draw 2 cards. And
yeah, hand
considering
size.
you do have lure in hands, you don't necessarily need the ping. And yeah, you basically just want to draw more 7 drops.
So this is the turn in which you know, it's difficult to decide, but you have to take 6. There's just no other way about this, in which you can avoid to take 6, right? You could just drop the Aymara and,
And
not punch the Revenant.
I guess it's really difficult to find an actual winning play here,
Yeah.
because I don't think neither Aymara nor clearing the Revenants actually turn out to be very good here.
And if you see Simon's hand, the answers are kind of limitless, right? Because there's Shrouds, Night Sorrows. It's a really good spot for Simon.
And there's also like 2 big threats in his hand, so there's a very defensive play like this on the Julian side that doesn't actually threaten anything.
Yeah. To remember why I dropped, because I think there was enough mana to do Rash's Curse plus Aymara, right?
It was 8.
Yeah, there was 8.
So
yeah, exactly. I don't recall,
was-
but I
probably
think
better
Aymara would have been
Aymara.
better there.
It's a bit more of a threat. But also, if it gets cleared, it without the shroud, it heals you for more than the mystics, and it's a bit more aggressive.
Yeah. It is 5 attack, right?
I guess if it gets shrouded and then revenanted, it's just as bad as it can get, but
Yeah.
we do actually see a very slow turn here from Sivan,
Yeah.
because everything is out of range of the Vitruvian General. You can actually develop some board here again, but you only can play an Aymara and Entropic Decay, I guess, if you wanted to.
I'm wondering.
I'm not even sure if that's worth.
Yeah, because you have hand size issues, right? If you play 2 cards here, but I'm wondering why the Revenant wasn't played there instead of the Blades. I guess the Revenant wants to be kept for something else, right?
Yeah.
You get almost the same value from Dancing Blades there, and you can conserve the Revenant. But yeah, it was a bit of like it was a turn in which I didn't have to answer something, right? Which hasn't been the case for a few turns in a row.
Yeah.
So Simon here can just Revenant plus Shroud, as we were talking before, really strong, right?
Exactly. Also, Sivan deciding to just move 1 space forward here. I guess it's a very safe spot to be in. Bring the Vitruvian General down to 9 HP with a very good board presence.
Yeah.
You play around Entropic Decay. Starsphere doesn't really matter again, because it's very slow.
Yeah, and all the minions really from Star Fury just go far from your general, right?
Yeah,
so you're not going to take the damage even.
You're not under any threat here as a Basilian.
Yeah. The thought process here was that the only chance of winning really was with Time Maelstrom, like chaining Time Maelstroms, right? So the attempt was to develop, a board and just hope not to die.
Yeah, so I do agree with this play. I think with some Time Maelstroms this might give you a chance, even if it's just so slim. Basically,
because that was the last Revenant, right? That was the third Revenant, the one that just died. So there is no way, at least in my mind, that we lost in this turn, right?
Was it the third? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
It might be, yeah. In which case you can't die here, yeah.
But here, Cybon takes a really good decision, which is to clear the
Clear
minions, right?
is correct here.
Because it's a threat.
Yeah, the only way you're losing here is time maelstroms with a lot of minions on board.
Yeah. But there's no time maelstrom anyway, so.
And there's not a lot of minions on board. So I guess doesn't look too great here.
No, it does not.
I guess Portal Guardian and Mara isn't too bad here, considering.
My thought process here was that
in the deck.
I don't really know. Like, the position I did here was basically in case of Shadow Nova killing my Aymara. I don't know what procs first. I think you die before the Aymara heals you, right?
Yeah, I think you're.
But I wasn't sure. I was like, I'll put the Aymara down next to me so that Nova has to kill both of us, and then maybe the Portal Guardian survives. Who knows? But yeah. As you may already see, there's how much damage on board? 4?
4. And
so it's not lethal.
Yeah, but I assume we will also see a clear on the Portal Guardian here with Night Sword Assassin.
Yeah.
And the Aymara is dead as well to the creep. Okay, so we actually see the.
And you can box in.
Okay, so we might not see any damage cashed in here, which I think is fine. Retuvian doesn't really have any ways to deal with both the crawlers here. Even Bone Swarm would only clear the 2 other minions. And yeah, Star's Fury isn't great here.
If there would have been more damage done to Cybon, because Cybon played this really well in the sense that it didn't put their own health at risk, right? There is potential for some Star's Fury damage. There's potential for some damage, but you can't get to 21, right? Like, it's really hard.
Yeah, you can.
If you change Time Maelstroms, if you change them here, maybe. But unfortunately, that was not the case because Time Maelstrom was just not drawn.
So this game just really well played by Sibon, recognizing that he can play very defensively while still being basically even on board, because there wasn't a lot of units on board for the most part of the game. But
yeah,
just playing towards this win condition of dropping 7 drops while staying safe.
And he gets the kill with the Blood Tear. Another lethal replace. I mean, to be honest, there was no way that came back, right? But
lethal, probably.
He has a way of replacing, huh? Oh, good game, Steven.
Yeah. Okay, so we do see the liner now. From this deck, I would assume it's Saoe playing it.
Yeah. What gave it away for you?
I don't know. These 17 7 drops.
Oh. Yeah, that is a total of 44 cards? No. 54 cards. Right?
50.
Plus general 55?
Yeah, it's full decks.
I was title. Yeah, I didn't even read the title. I don't normally read the title, but sometimes there is some hidden gems in it. How much? 4-0 we're at the moment.
4-0, yes. But
Simon is just going off.
3 Seers, we do see 3 Surers, and we see Lightbenders, 3 of them. And we see lots of other heals with Rejuvenators, Healing Mystic, and Sundrops. So I would have actually expected this deck to maybe come in earlier, because I would expect this deck to be very good against Abyssian, because it can basically out-heal all the damage that it can do. Something
interesting about Zawi is that he doesn't like to play in call, right? So we're like spectating in a call, seeing the plays. You know, it's like watching from the distance. You know. It does happen, right? That when you play with a lot of people talking at the same time, you end up playing differently, or not playing the way you normally play, which puts you in maybe in an awkward position because the game develops differently as you're used to, right?
Yeah.
Because everybody has a different play style, right?
We will actually see this a bit in the second series of today.
Oh, okay.
Because that's something that usually happens a lot with the humans. That there's a lot of plays happening that a lot of people are talking, and then the rope comes in, and yeah.
They on Netflix they're making a lot of series about soccer teams and what happened in a certain season, and they have like cameras inside, and then you see it. It would be cool if we do another Team Wars to have like some of these sessions recorded, because I think they can be hilarious.
Yeah.
Oh, I would love
our
to see it.
sessions were kind of public, so occasionally
really?
people joined. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know.
And listened in. So I'm sure it's great entertainment. Okay.
Yeah, no, definitely. Because there's a lot of there's always different options, and you never know which one is better until after it happens, right?
Yeah.
So really strong start from Simon here. He has managed to keep a board. The Regalia is going to be difficult to tick off, but not as difficult as other factions because of these pings, right?
Can actually be cleared here in this turn. And then you could
actually just play also a rejuve.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think there's also this decision here.
I remember this play.
You, but it means you don't overdraw as well. And
the only thing I would have done differently was play Void Pulse first, because I think you get one more damage.
If you play it first, then you can play the rejuve because you're only on.
You're right.
You have to play the rejuve first.
The first thing has to be the rejuve because you need the orb. Yeah. Correct. Bit of a clear turn here for Zawi, right?
Yeah, I'm just assuming that we will see the rejuve here, and looking to set up a good Bone Reaper next turn. So probably want to stay in range of the rejuve this turn. You could even walk into the rejuve with your general, expecting it to hit you. Set up a better Bone Reaper, but again, this would be kind of telling that you want to play something like that. That you want to play Tempest or
something that pings too, right?
Like yeah.
Like I forgot the name of the 2/4 that Sentinel.
Arclight Sentinel, yes.
Yeah. So a bit of an awkward turn here for Simon. Oh, okay, they haven't replaced yet. The rejuve is kind of left out of play for one turn, right?
Yeah. You could play Ghost Links and Spectral Blade here.
Yeah.
Scroller. Maybe walk 2 to the right so that Arjun can't hit your face. Or you can't walk into him.
Going all the way down, I think Simon here really wanted to avoid any Holy Immolation that would also hit the rejuve, right?
I mean, he doesn't avoid it completely here.
No. Yeah, that Ghost Links, I was expecting it maybe somewhere else.
But with this positioning, Arjun can't actually hit the Abyss in general and clear the artifact and play Immo on the rejuve. So there's still
it's
a lot of
interesting
advantage
because
to this positioning here.
It also doesn't let Zawi get rid of this Ghost Link so that he can punch the rejuve and drop the Bone Reaper. It's not a card
Yeah.
you would normally play around, right? When you're playing against Lionar, you're not playing around Bone Reaper.
I guess, as Sibin said in chat, they wanted to win before the Seer Parade happens. So this positioning is kind of a trade-off between positioning your units and your general really aggressively, while protecting them from as much Liona's AoE as possible.
Oh wow,
So
interesting
actually-
position here.
Yeah.
Playing the Bone Reaper without getting any instant value out of it.
I
I'm
guess
wondering.
it couldn't clear anything anyway, so playing it defensively.
You can maybe Divine Bond it or do something with it next turn, right?
It also kind of disincentivizes kind of like swarming Archon, because you know there's already AoE clear on the board.
I wonder where the Rejuve is going. He has some business to do there on the corner, you know. Something is going down there, but he's interested.
I mean, maybe so his plan here is just to basically do the opposite, or to incentivize the opposite of what Sibin is trying to achieve by forcing Archon, or by forcing Lilith away from himself to for a more defensive positioning of Abyssian, so that he can get time for the Seers to come out.
But like, why would, like, I mean, I don't know, but if I'm Sibin, I wouldn't consider going after a Rejuve, right? Like, what is the Rejuve really doing?
Yeah, so
it's like the Rejuve just got
lured. Might have been the plan to incentivize Lilith from stepping away from Archon instead of stepping to him, but obviously there's no reason to do this.
Yeah,
like just walking away from the Rejuve, it will get kind of cleared eventually from a Nova or from a Revenant or whatever.
Yeah, it's like it's like playing a lure on it, right?
Yeah, I don't think it's very good to move it away that far.
There's a Red Sinja possibility. Red Sinja is quite strong against Abyssian, in my opinion, if there is no Night Sorrow.
Yes. But I do think here, again, the positioning of the Rejuve is pretty good against Sinja. So
yeah,
best thing you can Sinja is to get a 1/3.
The hand of Sibin is kind of scary, you know. There's just like 3 Revenants, a Vorpal Reaper, and Grasp of Agony, just waiting there. Jeez. Oh, that was a Holy Immolation.
Yeah. We also see the Sundrop come down now.
Mm-hmm.
Which is alright because there are no Sunrises in the deck. So you can actually use it just to fill your curve a bit.
It did bring back Zowie to 25, which is really good. The problem is now we're in 7-mana territory.
Yeah, now the big guys come out, and as a Lionar, you kind of have to answer them while developing your big guys as well. So I guess Sinja is maybe a good option for that.
Okay, Sibin just going aggressive here. Pulling the trigger.
Yeah. So my assumption would be that Sinja comes down here, and so we would go down to 9 HP.
If you play Sinja and then you just tank the Rejuve damage, right? Yeah. I mean, 9 HP on 8 mana, can you really die? Yeah, because you can die to Revenant Void Pulse, right?
Revenant Void Pulse. So I guess it is risky, but my question is, like, with this play, is there really a chance for him to actually win? I guess here with the Double Silver Guard positioning, Nova doesn't actually clear any of them.
I do like playing Silver Guard outside of Zeal. Just or not?
Mm,
Okay.
I would actually. Like you do know now that Sibon plays Grasp, and we actually see Grasp in his hand here. So playing around that and kind of Nova is probably the best.
This is
thing
it,
to
right?
do.
Because that's
But
4
this is
plus 3,
reflex.
7. Yeah, the problem here was that the second Silver Guard was not provoking anything, right?
Yeah. So actually
If
playing both of them forward would have
would have prevented
the
this.
lethal.
And there was the draw of the Grandmaster Zir there. So, oh, that hurts. I see Steven saying that they were very scared of the rejuve plans.
Yeah.
Oh.
It did end up hitting for 4 damage without getting cleared by the Spectral Blade, so I guess it did get a lot of value in the end,
I
but
mean,
not enough.
it just
to
took a bit
turn the game around.
longer. Yeah.
It
So-
had to charge up its attack.
We're down to Bladam's Miscalculator's last faction, which is Vanner.
Vanna, yes.
It's
Very interesting deck. I wonder
I haven't
if we
seen
might
this
see
a lot.
that again today.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Little spoiler
just
there.
a little spoiler.
Let's see where it's coming from. Samsara. What is Samsara?
I think it was posted in the Teamverse chat. A reference.
Oh, so
to
it does have some. Okay, I thought it was just.
It's
Something
like
random.
the Indian cycle of life and death or something.
Oh. Okay. I guess. Well, I like the fact that they play Polarity in this deck. I think Owl with Polarity is scary. My experience with Polarity is that you know, it's not consistent enough, and you end up drawing it a lot of times and not getting any use out of it. But what do I know about Vanner? You know what I mean? It's an interesting card, regardless.
It's interesting, for sure. Not the biggest fan of the card as well.
Oh, the opening in the center here. I guess because of Fenrir, right? You can open center. The classic Cybon opener, we've seen this before. Ghost Links plus Lure. Here, they don't care about. They don't care about it that much because of Fenrir, right? Because
Yeah, I think it's.
I don't think-
strong here.
yeah, the plan was not that anyway. But it does avoid Fenrir into Wisp, which maybe would have been a better turn.
Well, you could have just avoided that by playing Ghost Links in the middle tile, since Mystic was also played.
Oh
in the middle.
yeah, you're right. Mystic was middle. We're planning on building a monument to this one-off grasp. I think it's finished almost every match in this series, Simon.
Yeah.
You have an ability to drawing that one-off when you need it. I do find it interesting, though, because it is a card played around a lot. But if you kind of leave it for the end game, players kind of stop playing around it that much when they, they're fighting for their life, right?
Also, in the late game for like filling, when you're on 8 mana and you want to play a 7-drop, then just 1 mana cards often
it's really
very
good.
value.
Yeah.
And then even if it just gets 3 damage on a general or one other minion, it's often enough, because otherwise you wouldn't play any card.
I think that's why Void Pulse was so relevant, right? Because you can always accompany it with like a 7-drop, right? When you're on 8, 9.
Yeah.
So you do
Just
like
1 mana
Revenant plus
cards and
Void Pulse.
are very good filler cards. Just
Yeah. Better for the late game than the early game, which is interesting.
Yeah.
Given that, normally low curve cards are not that good in the end game, right? Because of hand size. Fenrir is really good at clearing Ghost Links.
I wonder if we will also see a clear on the second Ghost Links here with Flash Freeze. I'm just choosing.
Well, no, they decide to go for the Shroud.
So this means the Fenrir that got previously dispelled is clear over here, and then we might just see a Rejuvenator come out.
It's really good to flash freeze against a Vizian, in my opinion, right? Because you can freeze the Revenants, you can freeze the Vorpal Reapers, and you just kind of nullify them for a turn, right? Seems quite good.
Yeah. I agree, yes.
Another card that I believe gets more value in the late game because of stopping bigger minions, right? It also helps you get tempo early on, though.
Yeah, it's... I mean, 0 mana cards in general are very good when they have a useful effect, and when
exactly. Like
when it
Siphon
doesn't
Energy.
mean that you... Yeah, Siphon Energy is a good example. And when they don't mean that you run out of cards. So you might need a bit of card draw, which is provided in a very good form now to every faction with Ghost Links.
What a rework of Ghost Links. I really like it. It kind of allowed a lot of other cards to exist, right? So I don't think Cybin is going to clear the Wisp, right? I don't think you ever clear the Wisp. Unless you're scared of like Razorback. A lot of drawing here for ZZ. But a lot of 2-drops on a 5 mana turn is not great, isn't it? You feel like you're wasting mana, right?
Yeah. So
do you just use Flash Freeze because of Ghost Links? He does.
You might have to, yes.
Yeah, Flash Freeze kind of made this turn a little bit better because it was really bad. But now you can play Ghost Links, maybe Healing Mystic, and you draw.
You draw 3 cards, you're back to full size.
Without Flash Freeze, this turn would have been really much worse, right?
Without Razorbacks in the deck.
There's no Razorbacks.
There's no Razorbacks, yes.
Yeah, I haven't seen the list that much. Let me see, because I do have it available to me.
So, obviously, Jewish disciples don't know that, so this might seem a lot scarier than it actually is.
Wait, so how was this list in 2 different teams, but not being known? Well, I mean, I didn't know about it. Interesting.
I have played against it.
Okay.
A month or 2 ago in Flash Archon.
Oh wow!
Against Sun, which is where I knew the deck. So it might be a bit different than back then, but
do you just Pandora here? Like, what does a Bizian really do against Pandora? They have to lure it in and then kill it, right?
Yeah, they might Blood Tear Night Sorrow or something, but you still get a 3/3. So you still might want to take that.
I think you can play it on the bottom left, as far away as possible, right?
Yep.
Or in their face. I don't know. With Pandora, I prefer to play it far away. But I have seen some players just go close with it.
I think playing it far away usually makes a lot of sense. Yes.
Yeah, right. You can get flying, you can get ranged, you can get a lot of value.
Celerity can cover a lot of distance very quickly. And we see a clear on the reach here. There's still 8 damage on board for Abyssian, so if you clear the Pandora here and go face,
they did get celerity.
Oh. But we actually might be seeing the grasp come in handy here again.
Ooh, lure
With
grasp,
broken.
right?
Yeah. Or like just like you could lure grasp to get 3 damage on the enemy general, or you could
You could kill
develop
also the
blood
fox,
here.
right? Like you can lure Pandora bottom left of the banner general and then just Night Sorrow it.
You could.
And still get 8 damage, right?
Yeah, it seems like that's going to be the play here.
I did remember something like this. Really strong turn here for Cybin.
Also, with having the Revenant in hand now, this is very dangerous.
Yeah, because this turn
Because
you're
it's
pushing
really
11
low.
damage, right?
Might be that the Ghost Lynx is getting cleared, but I don't think so. Yeah. Just going face, which is, in my opinion, correct. And now basically CCTL needs to clear here and remove the artifact in order to
Seems like a lot of things to
the other
do.
Revenant. That with a very awkward hand.
I like the use of polarity here, I have to say.
Yeah. The clear that you're getting here is actually not that bad.
I guess with minions like Ghost Lynx and Rustclaw, polarity does become quite interesting, doesn't it? Because you basically get like a 4-1, a 3-1, so you can clear some things with a minion that normally wouldn't be able to. I like it.
And I guess another 0 mana card that is good in a situation where it's good.
Yeah. The fact that Chromatic Cold had to be played before in order to escape from the enemy general means that the owl stays at a 4/6. And that's always bad, right? Because you died to Nova, you died to Spectre Revenant, right? Which is sad because
Sibben, again, here very good at top decking the second over, in case you didn't have the Revenant already. So, and we don't see healing here on CCTL's side, so I would assume maybe just a Surreal coming down to try to get a win in. Yeah, we see the Surreal. With half sister next turn, this might threaten a lot of damage. So it's probably the best play that you can do.
You have to risk it, right?
Yeah,
you have
it's
to hope
to win.
Exactly.
But we see the second Shadow Nova.
And that's
there were a lot of outs here for Sibben, and that's the 6-0 sweep.
It hurts to see it.
By Sibben. And
it hurts to see it, but at least it was fast, you know? At least.
Merciful.
Very merciful. Yeah.
So well played.
I gotta admit, I prefer this than losing 5-5 the last match.
Yes.
That one somehow hurts more, you know? This one is like, well, we got destroyed.
Yeah. Over quickly and not that painful. I mean, I guess it's very painful to lose 6.
Yeah, it is. It's actually the first sweep that we got this season. So
well, at least
an experience that we were missing, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm sure Steven was happy to deliver that experience to you. So another Abyssian sweep. I think they're on record for 4 sweeps in Team Wars, that faction.
Wow.
Oh, that's impressive.
Yeah. Alright, so how you two holding up? You want to just move on into the last set of the semifinals?
I would appreciate a quick 2-minute break, but then can keep on going.
Yeah, I'll keep going. Feel free to step away for a few.
Yeah.
So
I'll be right back.
we will
All
be
right.
covering humans versus the eggs.
It's the first time I see the Chaos image, actually. What is happening here?
If you look really close, they have the the Magmar Mindsteel card on top or something in the middle,
Okay.
and then it's just a bunch
Oh,
of
yeah, you're right. You're right.
memes from the group. I think I don't know all the references. I do see a tarot card there. I know they like use tarots to decide what they're doing sometimes, or that's what they've said they've done. Anyway,
It's funny because it's like they put the face of Mindsteel on the body of something else. It's a lot of work went down to do this. I cannot say the same for humans though. It doesn't seem like they put that much of an effort.
what do you mean Smarty would be coming after you? That's her hard drawn art right there.
I don't want to make any assumptions, but how much effort and time went into each one? Maybe.
All right, Ross.
Also, wait, humans is one of each. It's all their
That's all their Discord
their images.
avatars, yeah.
Ah, cool. That's actually useful to know who's in the team.
So roster-wise, the humans captained by Dragol, with humans Abracadani, Smarty, Nangert, and Mezulji on the teams. On the egg side, we have Captain Lolly with Sun, Zohan, Cranky Panda, Kieran, and Kosvid. So I need a moment to set up their decks, and then we can discuss decks.
I'm really interested to see this because I don't know almost anything about this series. I'm just before in the previous series I basically knew everything, right? So now I'm gonna be a bit more impressionable, which I appreciate.
Yeah, that's good.
Not
that's
good.
Guess we just turned around now. Now I'm the knowledgeable one about the series.
Hold on,
I guess I was kind of involved in that.
You might have seen some stuff, right?
I might have some insights, yes.
Let's see.
Rescale this deck list. Look at this. This is how big your deck list is.
Jesus.
It is gigantic. Hold on, we'll fix.
Oh no, flat earther.
Okay, there we go. It's a little better.
Okay, so pretty standard Magma here.
Whoa, but with a twist of a silhouette tracer. That's interesting.
Yeah.
What's the intention behind it? Because I don't see any bounded life force or any artifacts, right?
I'm not sure.
You're not
to
sure.
Run away to die a bit slower because I know that Abracadani isn't very fond of this deck.
Oh, isn't Abra? Isn't he piloting it?
He is.
Okay.
But yeah. And I think the more interesting deck here is actually the deck that Sohan is bringing with
Stay focused.
OTK deck.
Wow.
Which tries to cycle inner focuses to then all throw on an eclipse.
Oh, so the intention of this deck is to get as much inner focus that you just eclipse and smash it. Oh my god, I hope we see that today. I am thrilled. Oof, Abracadani jumping in against Songhai. This is in my opinion, unfavorable for Abra here. Because Songhai does like to fire Magmar's ass, right?
Like, obviously, it's not as clear with this list that Sohan is running because there's not really a big sample size of games that we can go off. How this matchup goes exactly, but I would agree that generally Songhai into Magma is favored.
Just because Songhai, like the famous lists that are going out is like this spell high, right? And it doesn't really leave that much on board to suffer from the removal of Magmar, right? I don't know. I mean, it's not as favorable as Liner against Songhai, but in my opinion, I think there's a little bit of favored here. But in exchange, Magmar is going first.
Yeah, going first here. Good for Magma. And we also see Rustcrawler going down. We did not expect any artifacts, so felt pretty safe to just play that turn 1. It's also a 1/4, and 4 health is generally pretty good against Songhai. It survives the Tuskboar.
You can see it here with the Tuskboar, right? Because even if the Tuskboar comes down, you can still clear it with the General, and then the Rusty keeps the body up and alive. Also, the Healing Mystic has more value if it actually heals something, right?
Right.
So going first with it would have been maybe less efficient. So if you're Zohan, do you just drop the inner focuses early on, or do you conserve them in your hand with this strategy, I wonder?
Considering you have 6 cards in your deck to bring them back,
you want to play them. Yeah.
It's pretty safe to play them when it's effective to play them.
Zohan is saying that this 1/4 made him pretty sad. It is upsetting, right? Because the Tuskboar doesn't clear it. And you're not going to use an inner focus to clear it with double Tuskboar attack, right? That just seems really, really bad.
So I think we might just see the Ghostlings coming down here, yes. Which
That's
can
it,
be cleared by General and Rustcrawler.
Wow,
But
Rustcrawler
also-
countering the Tuskboar.
Yeah.
That's unexpected.
Here, Magma's turn is not the best either. We will basically just see a clear here on the Ghostlings, and then I think it's just the Healing Mystic.
To heal the, I guess
I think the Rustcrawler, yes.
the Clara, right? Because you want to have it at 4
Because-
health.
Again, 4 health is very good.
It's funny because this is like a very slow start for both. Countered by minions with low stats, right? Because, I don't know. If that would have been a Fox, maybe you would have wanted to remove it, dispel it, do something. But a Ghostlings, you don't really care about it. You just take the 1 damage.
Also, we were actually a bit indecisive on whether the Rustcrawler is actually that good here. Because we have 2 natural selections in hand.
Yeah.
And they very likely get deactivated by the Rustcrawler. So healing the Rustcrawler and keeping on outboard
It is risky.
actually makes the natural selections worse.
Definitely. Considering you have 2. But you also have a Primus Fist, so maybe you
Yes.
can buff it in order to enable it, right?
So in case there's just a defensive, I don't know, Lantern Fox or something like that, Primus Fist natural selection would deal with that.
So Sohan is saying that he had a decent clear on this turn, but his brain broke. I'm not sure what clear he's referring to, but it seems like I would bore the Healing Mystic, right? But I don't know how.
Yeah.
Like, would you waste an inner focus to clear the? Oh,
I think he uses the inner focus to take both tiles and then drop the Ghostlings as well.
but then the Araki just dies, right?
Yeah, which is what I think Sohan is referring to when saying that he had a pretty good turn.
Yeah, I mean, you do manage to play Ghostlings to buff the Araki. Not a great turn for Abra still here. I mean, you do manage to clear the Araki, but what else do you really do?
You play a Primus Fist.
Sounds
Sounds strong, huh?
yeah.
Very menacing.
Oh, that's a good draw. Now that's
actually,
much better.
achievement.
That's much better. So now you just basically clear the Araki and heal back to 22.
Yeah.
You don't want to go lower against Songhai, right?
Yeah.
Inner focus the Araki instead of the boar. Yeah, you would have missed 3 damage on the enemy general, but I do like that one more than inner focusing the boar.
Okay, so we do see 2 Arakis here in the hand of Sohan, which is most likely going to play the which are most likely going to be played here.
You know, if I'm playing both Arakis, I would just backline them and kind of. Well, wait, we're not running
There
juxtaposition.
are no Juxes or Mystrings.
Oh shit!
Like that. So putting them too far away actually gives Magmar time to clear them with Harvester or Spirit Harvester.
I forgot. Yeah, we're only running Inner Focus as a spell.
The thing is, playing them defensively still serves a purpose because we don't know that they don't run.
Yeah, of course. So Abra would probably use resources to clear them.
Exactly. So it's not great for Sohan to play them very defensively. But, it's also not the worst thing in the world.
At this point, I was complaining about how much. Oh, so did you guys have like a DC, like
yes,
a disconnect?
This was a remake. This is a
remake. Was it also in the same, like, did Abra go first in the first match as well?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
okay. So at least it was not that different, right? Playing very well against Macantor here by Zohan, right?
Yes.
But Flash Macantor is still quite decent because you can play the Macantor below the enemy general, hit the Araki, and it still stays on board. But maybe you just prefer to Lady Lock Primus Fist. I don't know.
Yeah. Another option would be to flash Lady Lock Shroud and natural select the second Araki.
To clear both. Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm just so good that I see this plays all on the fly, not because basically went over all of those games already.
Yeah, I've been there. I would actually consider Flash Lady Lock Primus Fist plus Shroud. Like super aggressive, you know?
Yeah, especially knowing that there's no Juxes, this would have been...
Yeah, exactly. But if you think about it, it's a really strong turn, right? Because you're developing a Lady Lock plus... Like, a Lady Lock that is actually a 3-1. And then you have a Primus Fist, which is a 3-4, and a Shroud that is also a 4-3. It's really strong. But we saw the play that you mentioned, actually.
Yeah.
A very defensive positioning of the Lady Lock. I guess you don't want it to die to enemy general.
Or to the Araki and give the Araki an actual trait.
Yeah, because the Araki is dispelled, so at this point it would actually like to kill the Lady Lock, right? I'm surprised there's no punch. I guess you want to conserve board, right?
I think there was a discussion about punching here, especially with the rejuve.
Exactly.
But I think the decision was delayed to the next turn because the turn timer kind of ran out.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that happens. We don't see the timer sometimes, so kind of missed that part. But I think only
I'm not sure.
Yeah. Like, if you would have gone offensively, you only push 5 damage. I mean, it's difficult, right? Because against Songhai, you really want to be careful with your health, right? I think not punching with the general is definitely the right choice here.
Yeah, I think not punching with the general is reasonable.
If you dispel this Shroud, you can actually kill it, right?
That's weird.
But you would have done it before punching, so that's not going to happen this turn.
Yeah.
Okay, so Zohan started accumulating his inner focus, and he's got Eclipse.
Yeah, so it mentions the Ghost Links is like a really sad unit at this point because the only thing that it does if it's positioned relatively offensively is make Macantor stronger.
Yeah. Yeah, it's more of a bother, actually, because Macantor would just enjoy using it as a frenzy material. Awkward turn here. Do you? I mean, you could cash in 10 damage and leave Zohan at 9. The problem is your burst is kind of gone at that
Limit
point.
to Macantors, yes.
Yeah.
Which we see one in hand, but I do still think that cashing in some damage and protecting with Lady Lock is best to basically deny the Twilight Sorcerer from getting any value.
You could also just play double 2-drop here.
So I actually think
Seems
moving
like that's it.
Rejuve here forward was probably not correct, but still went for that.
Oh, hitting face. Okay, so we're going aggressive now.
In this situation, I think we are feeling really safe, even if they have things like Phoenix Fires and even if they have some Chuxers, because we have so much damage on board that's very hard to run. That if they use their resources to clear board, we're probably in a good position. So we just hit face, and basically if they clear the board, we're happy because they use a lot of resources. If they don't clear board, they probably still don't have lethal this turn, and then they're probably dead to Macantor next turn. So this play seemed very good.
Yeah, I feel like it's a really strong position for Abra. I can see the Zohan trying to get more inner focuses, right? But you want to use them on Eclipse, right? That's kind of the strategy.
Yes.
Yeah. I guess this is what you meant with moving forward the Rejuve, right?
Yeah.
Not allowing that trade would have been more beneficial, I guess. Here, Zohan, I think, is trying to avoid getting a big Macantor on them.
Yeah, like two things here, big Macantor, and the second one is Phalanx are hitting him. By moving up, he actually avoids 5 damage, doesn't matter what happens here.
Which is the biggest minion on board, right?
Yes. So the only thing how Phalanx could hit if we shrouded ourselves.
Yeah.
Basically here we're 2 damage off lethal, but we have 2 Macantors. So yeah, this position still looks very, very good for Abra here.
Definitely.
Basically, a board clear besides the Ghostlings is possible here, and then you also cash in some more face damage alongside with the Macantor. And you basically threaten lethal next turn with the second Macantor.
I think I think the most efficient would be Phalanx or Lady Lock clearing that Sorcerer, and then Macantor clearing the other one, and you get 8 damage in, right? How do you die there? Because you're going down to 16. I mean, it is Songhai, so I would always be scared in a situation like this, right?
Yeah. So we did actually expect this to be Eclipse Songhai at this point.
Oh.
Because
how?
I think it was Smarty saying that Sohan played this at some point.
Oh.
And that she suspects him to play it here as well. So we wanted to play around Eclipse triple inner focus a bit, which I think is not lethal here. But something like Eclipse triple inner focus and Tuskboar or something like that could still be lethal, but that's like 5 cards.
Eclipse triple inner focus. How much damage is that? Because you could go once face, so that's 3. No, 6. Sorry. Oh well, you always go face because it's always more value. Oh, face is 5.
5 because
because she receives
attack
2.
and she receives 2.
Okay, so it is as efficient as hitting board.
Yeah. And we see the one-off spiral here. So.
But if you hit face, you actually have lethal with 3 inner focuses.
Well, you have.
Like if you have 3 inner focuses, you're talking about 10 damage. No, yeah. Because then you can hit face with the general.
Yeah. Yeah, 3 inner focuses would be lethal.
Wow. So at this point, you're just looking and seeing if they have the next one or not.
So here actually it turns out that moving down with our general was a mistake. Because now my Cantor is not lethal, because our general is not in range of theirs.
Oh, yes.
So that was basically a discussion going on in the game, where if it is worth risking to get killed. But the trade-off being us basically having guaranteed lethal next turn.
And you don't have it at this point.
And now we don't have it.
You can risk it with Mind Steal, but
Yes, that was a serious thought here to just play Mansteal here.
The problem is you don't know they have Spiral, right? So
yeah, and it would have been 1-1 off.
Yeah. You cannot play Spiral. No, but like you don't know they have Spiral, so maybe you kind of bank on them not being able to kill you next turn, right?
Yeah.
You could heal 4. The problem is, how do you kill the Eclipse without the Harvester?
Yeah, the problem here is basically our hand here is really awkward. It doesn't matter which cards we play. The only card that we can play with any other card is Mind Steal.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter which one. So we can't reach with Harvester. We can't then play anything else. We can't meta and play anything else.
Oh, this feels really bad.
So we just play meta.
Oh, you didn't play the Mind Steal. Interesting.
Yeah. Which actually looking back
Lost.
a bit.
Like that seems like you would have got the Spiral technique, right? So you would
Spiral technique, yeah.
But they have the healing, so they could have healed outside.
Yes, them knowing that we have Spiral would have allowed them to heal. And I think they heal here anyway, as we can see.
It would have been bold though, eh? It would have been really bold, because then you play Eclipse. The problem is running away here. I don't see how you win.
Yeah, so here we actually...
I don't know the result. I honestly don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that's good. So here we see the Tracer in hand, and there is actually nice play here.
There is a Silhouette Tracer as well to get out of here.
So Silhouette Tracer and Harvester actually clears the Widowmaker.
Yeah, the Widowmaker. And you can put the Harvester in face, right?
Yeah. And you can get away from any minion damage, so Spiral is actually not lethal.
Oh, wait, but they have Spiral Boar. This is lethal if you don't heal.
Yeah.
Shit.
So now the question, what do we do?
I mean, you have to go with this play. It's too good, right? You're outside of range of anything. You kind of know that they're playing the... You know they're playing Eclipse Inner Focus, so you don't fear a Jux.
Well, at this point, we still didn't know if they had Jux.
Ah, well, yeah, okay. If you don't know the archetype, that makes sense. I thought you knew more or less the deck.
We knew the basic concept of the deck. We didn't have the deck list. But yeah, the boar is lethal. So Eclipse.
Oof! I mean, that match was interesting, eh? It was really tight. If you would have kept close, that would have been a win for Abra. But of course, you don't know that when you run away a bit, right? Because you want to save face.
It was basically just a decision between, do we want to be safe and do we think we will win in like the longer run, or do we need to take the risk and stay close and risk dying? That was basically...
Yeah. Sometimes it just comes down to that. You know, sometimes you make the right choice, sometimes you make the wrong one. It's impossible to know.
Yeah. So here we see Smarty coming in with her Vanna deck.
Be gay, do theft. Who are you stealing?
Yeah.
I like this list. It's bringing back the...
I think if... it is actually not known where this is stolen from. I think it was mentioned in Team West chat, but I
Oh, so this deck
spoil
list was
anything here.
stolen. Ah, that is
Yes,
why the dude
that's what I
theft.
Maybe someone in Twitch chat wants to say where this deck came from.
I was expecting the Vanner with Polarity deck. I guess it's coming from the other side. So Vanner into Songhai, interesting.
Yeah.
Why
like
not Liner or something else? Do you know more or less like the thought process of the factions here?
Well, yeah, we basically saw that their deck is not spell high or anything like that. So,
Yeah.
Smarties felt very comfortable with her deck going into it.
Mm-hmm.
And another reason why we didn't bring Lana into this was what Smarty just mentioned in chat. Mez wasn't actually around.
Oh, okay.
So this set was played over 2 days, and day 1 was without Masilji.
All right. Okay, a good hand on both sides. You always want to see Crystal Wisp early on, right? Fenrir's a really good start. You can't Fenrir Wisp on turn 1, though. And then Zohan on his end has Araki and then Primus, which is really strong as well.
Yeah. Overall, really good. Really good early games here for both.
Oh, so Smarty's saying that the deck seems good against decks that are low on removal. Oh, yeah. Yeah, because actually the deck that Zohan brought doesn't have that much removal, right? I mean, I guess the removal are the inner focuses themselves.
Yes. And basically like Taskbore is
yeah.
for 2 drops.
Doesn't need the inner focus, yeah. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Alright, so here we see the Bloodmoon opener for the Fenrir, basically threatening the Araki if it takes the tile. This potentially risks some face damage being taken from a Primus Fist and more opening gambits on the Araki. And let's just check the decklist. Yeah, I mean Smarty's decklist does have some healing and rejuvenators and healing mystics. So taking some early phase damage might be okay to gain board control, but it's still fairly risky. But here we can see that Zohan actually only has a Primus Fist, so this turn will be fairly low in tempo.
Sorry about that. All right, so backlining the Fenrir seems good, right? Because this the Bladum opener? I never distinguish which is which.
Yes.
But I like
Basically,
that the Fenrir threatens the Araki here.
Yeah. And as I just mentioned earlier while you were away, Zohan actually has a really low tempo play here, with either only the Rejuve not getting any heal in or only a Primus Fist.
A bit of an underwhelming turn 2. As they didn't get another 2-drop, and now they draw, of course, the Tuskbore or the Widowmaker, which both of them would have been a good play last turn together with
Mr.
Primus. Right?
mentions 21 2-drops in the deck, so
no way! Wow, that's so unlucky.
some quite bad luck here on Zohan's side.
I mean, it's not a terrible turn though, right? Because you still develop a 4/4. You buff the Araki. It's not terrible because the Fenrir kind of can't trade nicely around the Rejuve, right?
Well, it can in this case, but it was played around by Zohan. Good as possible, yes.
Yeah, this is a really strong turn by Smarty. You take 4 damage, but you protect the orb on top. The Fenrir gets a really good trade.
And we see another Boar here. But yeah, Boar not great at trading into Fenrirs. It only could go face or trade into the Crystal Wisp, so it's not actually the highest value Fenrir. Highest value of Boar.
It's not a great, it feels like Zohan is going down a spiral of not great turn after not great turn, I don't
So,
know what you really
yeah.
do here. Do you take the orb with the Tuskboar and you play the Widow?
Widowmaker. Yeah. You would probably have to clear the Crystal Wisp in that case, which would
Yeah.
allow
It just
Smarty to
helps
ramp.
Smarty to ramp, right? It's just like leaving them the orb, to be honest.
Exactly, yeah. And then considering the Banner deck does have Chromatic Holes, it does have Cryogenesis and Half Sisters, and also Glacial Elementals, it is very likely that a 1 health unit will get cleared anyway. So
How
that's-
important is for this list from Smarty to be infiltrated?
I think it. Well, it only has Snow Chasers and Glacial Elemental.
So it is somewhat relevant, right?
Okay.
Because in
I
this
think-
play, you basically allow them to infiltrate, right?
yes, you do. Like if they want to, like there's
Yeah, like you give them the option. It's not like you could keep them from doing it anyway, though. 3/3/1s on board.
so we do see Voice of the Wind here played very offensively.
Scary, right? Oh, directly in the face. Interesting.
Yeah. At this point, we knew a lot of the deck list, so we didn't expect any good clears being available.
4 mana is 4 damage is always a little bit harder for Songhai. There's a big gap, right, between 3 and 4.
And
So I
especially
like the
they-
offensive here.
Yeah, they don't have a lot of out of hand damage. Like there's no Phoenix Fires, there's no Saber Spine Seals. So it's actually very, very difficult to find the damage here. Also,
have
one
it.
Tuskboar is already gone, and well, in this case, Sohan does have the clear for it.
It was unlikely, but you do kind of lose, like, without an inner focus. Zohan kind of has to just drop the boar and let it die against the Voice of the Wind, but I don't think you can leave that alive at this point.
Yeah, you can, especially with like with Voice of the Wind, you would then also expect Glacial Elementals and later coming Razorback. You would be dead very quickly if you leave that alive for a turn. So yeah, here very aggressive positioning of the Promise Fist. Sohan basically decides to use his health pool to trade off all the 2 health minions.
I guess at this point you wanna shorten the match as much as possible, right? If you're Songhai. Smarty is already at 15, right? So you just need really a push. You need Eclipse with 3 inner focuses, and you finish the game. If you manage to push a bit more damage, maybe you just need 2 of them. But I can see an issue with this deck is if you don't draw the inner focuses.
Yeah, they are.
You have a
kind of
problem.
essential, especially if you have to clear a lot of minions. And here for Smarty, we also see the second Snow Chaser top deck, which makes the Jorga Lord an amazing play here. I think there were just some discussions
Wow.
on the exact positioning here.
It's a really good
Okay.
barrier from both General and Primus Fist. I don't see really how you get to the General this turn to make any damage. I think you need the inner focuses at this point.
Sohan would need the inner focuses, yes.
I don't know if I would throw the Twilight, because the Twilight is what gives you, 1 draw of inner focus value, right? Because then you can just cycle it. But they still do not draw it. Wow.
Yeah, very unfortunate here. Also with cards like Widowmaker, that also wants the inner focus to get some immediate value. might just be
Looking-
coming down to Rejuve and Primus Fist to get as much tempo as possible.
Yeah, it's just not looking great, right? If you're Zohan here, you can't clear anything this turn except the Heart Sister. I guess you kind of like you see the hand size of Smarty, and you maybe draw up a Widowmaker. Because if there's no removal, maybe the Widowmaker can give you something strong next turn. But no, you're right. Primus with the Rejuve going down. I wonder how you knew that.
I mean, it was the best
It
tempo.
ma- yeah,
play
yeah,
for
it
Zohan,
is,
so it made
it
a
is.
lot of sense. Yeah.
Because
And
a
also-
3-drop without other 3-drops is just underwhelming, right? Because then you do 3+2 in a turn that you can do 4+2. So I
And
understand.
Here, I think Smarty was very good at counting.
Wow.
Yeah. Was like counting quite a few times to really.
Oh,
make sure, and then also making sure to move the minions in the right way so that everything could hit.
That's why counting fast is so important, because it gives you time to think about positioning. If you take a lot of time to count, then it becomes too late and you rope, right? Oh, but really well played by Smarty.
Also, like one thing that gets a lot easier in Team Wars, if you're in a call with like 4 or 5 other people, is finding lethals, because there's actually
Yeah.
5 or 6 people looking at a game state, and like 1 or 2 of them are counting, and
Yeah, exactly. You can kind
even
of
if it
split
might not be.
responsibilities, right?
Yeah.
No, but
someone will spot it, and then
it does help. But then when a lot of people start saying it, and then the person who's playing it doesn't see it, it can become really funny. Oh, Draggle is always checking for lethal. Well, what are we bringing now? Well, Tails is bringing Magmar.
Magma is
Hmm.
so we
Very
see
standard list, right?
Yeah, but we do see actually 1 Iridium Scale and 3 Adamantine Claws, so very artifact
Oh.
heavy.
A little bit of a artifact twist on it. I do like the Vindicator Grovekeeper. I think it's a really good combo overall in Magmar, right?
Yes, I do agree. Also,
So
Spirit
Sun.
Harvester very good against this Banner deck.
Oh yeah. I think I mean I see why bringing Magmar against Banner. I think the amount of AoE removal that Magmar has is really good against Banner.
Yeah. Also, Magmar isn't considered one of the best factions in Team Wars right now, so getting a as good as possible matchup early on to maybe get a win is very good.
It's funny because a couple months ago, Magmar was considered the best, right?
Yeah. I guess it was just the case that the things
Small changes just
received
changed.
nerfs, and some other things received some buffs, and the meta changed. And
Yeah.
now it's just the case that Magmar doesn't have enough tools anymore to close out games. Because the
That
removal
does seem like
package
it, right?
Minions.
We saw it in the first match with Abra, right? Against Songhai. Where there was just not a way that I could see that game finishing in favor of Magmar, because I don't know how they would do 6 damage from the distance. Just 6. It's it's quite sad for Magmar, right? Magmar sad.
Okay, so we do see the double 2 opener here by Sun, very proactive.
Phalanxar is really strong, right?
Yeah.
Against
Obviously can
against
be
Banner.
killed here, but
Yeah.
Still good play. We could see the Crystal Wisp double Snow Chaser opening here.
It seems like a very good play, right? Because you can infiltrate thanks to the Wisp. Well, and thanks to the Healing Mystic, you can infiltrate the Snow Chasers, right?
It's very mana efficient. It's also Most likely conserving a lot of hand size because these no chasers will come back.
Too early for Harvester to, get a lot of value out of that. All right, so we do see the expected play from Smarty, right? Now the positioning here of the general going down, interesting. Didn't expect that. I thought they would that she would go and threaten the orb up. I guess she kind of accepts that it's not happening.
I do kind of remember that this was actually good for some reason, but I don't remember the action.
There was a reason.
There was a reason. I think why not
happens.
going up is okay here.
Right, so going front with the general, blocking the infiltrate by Sun here.
Very aggressive.
You see so many snow chasers, right? And you just wanna make it to the other side of the board, right?
Yeah.
Interesting enough, it seems like Sun is also ignoring the orb.
Yes. You might just see a blood here on one of these snow chasers.
Yep.
So this was actually a smart decision here by Sun, killing this snow chaser. Because
and going face.
Yeah, Sun was playing this game very aggressively. But now there's no minion to walk up to the mana tile and to play something on the mana tile.
Okay. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That makes that snow chaser more valuable than the one step ahead, right?
Exactly.
It's crazy the amount of damage that Sun has managed to get on Smarty so early on, right? A lot of it
like
thanks to the Phalanxer.
Yeah, Phalanxer did 4. Then twice 2 damage from once the general and the blood here. And now the game plan here for Sun stack is pretty clear, in my opinion. Like, just go face.
Clear board with Harvester, go face.
You do see a Voice of the Wind being played here very defensively.
Really defensively.
Yeah.
But it still gets hit for Mecanter if you play the Snow Chaser. Oh, you don't have mana. Nothing.
We don't have mana.
Yeah.
And this way this plays kind of around Mecanter. This plays around general hit or minion hit and Harvester. So we felt like this was still the best positioning that we had.
Yeah. I think it's really good. The problem is you're behind, right?
Yeah, we are behind. We are actually fairly low in health here, considering they can hit for 4 damage here.
Mm-hmm.
And even them just mecantering face might be a problem. At least considering our current hand.
So I guess if you really want to be aggressive in your stun, you can heal the Healy Mystic instead of yourself and keep a big board presence. Completely ignoring the Voice of the Wind, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, right now it's just a 5-4. Best case
and you have a
scenario,
plan
they
against
concentrate
whatever it
elemental.
creates, right?
Yes, you have the Spirit Harvester. And you get a lot of provokes here thanks to the Grove Keeper.
This is a really strong position for Sun.
Yeah. So I think we will see the Crystal Wisp replacement here. And we also see that Smarty is an amazing duelist player.
Oh.
the Glacial Elemental.
Wow,
And
Glacial
now-
Elemental is huge. How much can you remove with both Snow Chasers here? Because you're gonna create 4 Vespers, right?
I think it might create 5. Not sure.
Sorry, you're gonna proc 4 pings from the Glacial, right? You'll create.
Yeah, it's 5 Glacial procs.
It's
Smart.
got 5 Glacial procs.
Yeah, because playing the Glacial already.
Placing it itself also procs it. You can see I'm a professional Vanor player. Okay, first
And-
ping was not the best. Oh boy.
And
I guess yeah. At this point, you hit it
yeah,
because
now we
you want the
one.
Grove Keeper to die, right?
Yes, exactly. We
Oh,
don't get it.
that hurts. Oof.
So yeah, basically, I think someone mentioned that it was 75% chance or something like that to clear the Grove Keeper, but
Sometimes you just don't get it.
yeah. Now
I mean,
obviously,
you're not dead on board,
but
right?
you're dead
Oh,
to a
Macantor.
Macantor.
Oh, the replace. Sun is also good at the game.
Yes.
Who would have known?
I mean, just playing Harvester would have also been really good, like going face and just developing a Harvester.
Yeah, Harvester would have been
board.
good, definitely.
So yeah,
But it's always better to get lethal, right?
Yeah, it's quite good usually.
Wow. Wow, that ping mattered a lot. Because that was 3 damage difference, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yes, and I think there were rejuvenators in this game, in the hand of Smarty. So if we live there for a turn, we can actually heal and stabilize in the game. But was a bit unfortunate. And yeah, well played to Sun. Recognized their win condition really early on, and pressuring face a lot. And
We didn't see any
to be the right
artifacts
position.
that match, right?
Yeah, so at this point we still don't know what artifacts or if they play any artifacts.
Oh, and here comes Human's Songhai player.
Yes, who
Not a great
is-
player, but you know.
No. I mean, very disrespectful to Abracadania, but
Wait, aren't you playing Songhai?
no.
Oh shit, no, Abra, I'm sorry. I thought it was Dagger. Oh, okay, so you're playing vet, right? That also makes sense.
No. Not
I
really.
know. I'm confused at this point.
Yeah.
All right, let's not spoil
It's
anything.
like
Then.
that's the thing when you have a team full of players that can almost everyone play every faction. You can actually swap.
It's
it around.
very refreshing, right? Because maybe one week you feel like playing a certain faction, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Very strong Songhai opening hand here.
Wow.
It's really sad to flash Harvester, but we don't see that in Sun's hand. So
I guess you double Tusport, right?
yeah, you
Does
double
the-
Tusport and Heartseeker.
Does the second Tusport clear the egg? For sure, right?
Yeah.
You just block his face, clear the egg, and wow. Yeah, this is this is quite oppressive.
Also by playing the damage Tuspor on the top tile, we force them away from the tile.
Yeah.
They want to clear that. And playing the Heartseeker top side of your general plays around Vindicator.
In the orb, right?
Yeah, or just Vindicator, basically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, Vindicator this turn just seems very underwhelming. Actually, going like this positioning makes them not able to do double 2-drop, and I think that's so big.
Yeah. So we do just see the Phalanx plate centering here.
So, I mean, Phalanxar can be removed for a few turns with a Jux, but I don't know if you want to play Jux this early on, right? You could play a Jux and then take the orb, but it's not like you have that much to play in hand,
you don't
right?
So at max you can basically play 4 mana, and you have 4 mana, so you don't need the orb. So protecting the orb if you're removing Phalanxar is probably the right choice here.
Oh yeah, here comes the Tuskboard Jux, seems like, in the corner.
Yeah. Then move the
It's a really good, like, because of the movement of Phalanxar, it's so strong to move it to a corner. Because you're guaranteed to move it away for like at least 3 turns.
Yeah.
And when you're playing Songhai, 3 turns is a lot.
And at some point, the Magma might just be killing the Phalanxar themselves with Spirit Harvester.
Harvester. Correct, yeah. Really strong turn here. I guess this positioning plays around Flash Macantor, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Because that way they can't. Because if you could Flash Macantor and benefit from the Ghost Links, but that's all you do, right? You don't manage to ping on the boar.
And then the Macantor actually gets cleared by the Heartseeker, and you still have to punch the Tuskboar so that it doesn't get back to hand. And we actually get the 3rd Tuskboar here, so also Abracadabra, very good duelist player, very good at drawing good cards. Potentially can go to 6 mana next turn with the orb.
The only issue is hand size, but board wise, it's just such an advantage because of the Phalanxar that can't make it back.
Yeah. Also, Sun is really low here, so Songhai is generally really good at dealing damage. So.
Do you just flash Harvester here? It's the only way to save some damage, right?
Yeah.
You can't take the orb. You get rid of 2 threats in Tuskboar and Heartseeker.
Yeah. So basically, the Phalanx is dead here, considering the house to stay on board.
It's so understanding.
By
just concede. Oh, this must have been a really sad match.
Yeah, it was for sure. But yeah, I don't think we have seen a replace yet here by Abracadabra. So.
Would you replace something? Because you could play 4 wins into Tuskboar.
Yes, which would be vulnerable to
the Macantor, right? Yeah.
There's a case you could make for just playing Fox and nothing else, and then letting the Harvester hit the Fox. So basically you get a Phoenix Fire. But I think there's not actually any good turn that will give you a lot of tempo and face damage here.
I mean, Tuskboar with Killing Edge face does not sound too bad. Oh.
Yeah, it would be 9 damage, leaving them at 6.
But you do throw your hand, right? Oh, this is
yeah, and
now this can be lethal.
Songhai things going on.
Yeah. Sun does have the healing this turn.
Yeah.
I'm surprised they replaced the healing Mystic. I mean, you don't want to do Vindicator Healing Mystic, I guess, right? It feels really bad.
Yeah. So one thing you could have to do here is just meta and kill the Fox this way to not give Songhai any more burst with Phoenix Fires. Because
Yeah.
if you punch it and play Rejuvenator, then you give them 2 Phoenix Fires.
And that can be lethal.
And that can be lethal.
And the thing is, if you don't play Metamorphosis and you leave it on board, or you kill it, it feels like you're almost dead, right? Because Metamorph doesn't allow you to heal.
Yeah.
I think this is ultimately better.
I think this is the safest play for Sun.
But this is looking really, really rough. How much damage do we have right now? 6 plus 4, that's 10, right?
Yeah, we do have 10 damage here.
I guess you take it. But there is a lot of healing in Sun's face. So maybe... I don't know. It's not a fantastic hand to have at this point of the match.
Yeah, it's very awkward choices you have to make here as the Songhai player. Because you, without drawing any Heaven's Eclipse, you might lose all of your damage and then just be stuck with awkward hands. But if you take the damage and then draw on Heaven's Eclipse, like a good Songhai player usually does, then you're in a very good position.
Yeah. At this point, I like the idea of keeping the inner focus because it only cashes in 3 damage, and it can represent so much more if you draw something like a Chakri Avatar, right?
Right. Also, there's one very interesting thing about this deck that Abracadabra plays, which was that it doesn't play any Phoenix Fires. So it actually misses some burst that way. And some of us didn't look at the deck lists before the game.
It's not something you look at, right? Like, it doesn't have Phoenix Fires, right?
For most Songhai decks, you're kind of
assuming it, yeah?
Assume that it has Phoenix Fires. So some of the plays that were suggested in this match were based on the assumption that we could draw a Phoenix Fire at some point and get some more damage.
Yeah, here the good thing about like Sun was basically forced to play the Vindicator because of the 3 health on the board.
Exactly. Yeah.
And now you have a rejuve with Rush that if it hits, it dies. If it doesn't, you just wasted the Rush, right? That's really awkward.
Yeah. Okay, so
okay,
here we draw
4 wins.
one of our other damage cards in 4 wins, but it isn't actually really useful here. So I think just clearing the rejuve here and playing a Ghost Links, which is really, really slow, but might be the best play. Because again, just developing a 4 wins together with a Ghost Links.
You can get hit by Macantor. It's funny because there's a lot of plays around Macantor, but we haven't seen Macantor yet in hand of Sun, right?
Yeah.
This
I guess
happens sometimes.
I think we might play the 4 wins here. Like the reasoning for playing the 4 wins here is that any Macantor that is being played will also die to the Spirit Harvester. So kind of force them into a play that isn't actually developing their board a lot, while we still draw 3 cards.
Yeah. Oh, see, this is the value of
damage.
keeping the inner focus, right? So the inner focus could have been played like a couple times already. But now you have it with the Chakri and with some spells, and that's just damage. And there's no... Oh yeah, there is double... There is the possibility of double Blood Tear to finish off the 4 wings, right? I wonder if they'll go that route, or if they'll opt to heal. I
think
feel
you
like
kind of
leaving
have
a
to clear the 4 wins.
leaving
Yeah,
a 4 win
because
seems so bad, right?
you're just healing for 4. So how likely is it that 4 wins, if it sticks for a turn, will just
Yeah.
deal the 4 damage anyway?
Or even more with the heavens, right?
Yeah. And as
This-
Sohan mentions in chat, no heavens was played so far, so the risk of heavens here being in Abukadani's hand is really high. So for sure, better than to clear the.
Yeah. It hurts because you're playing 2 blood tears that immediately die to your harvester. At this point, I feel like the harvester has done slightly more damage than help, right? I mean, it did clear the Tuskboar last turn.
Yes. Yeah, overall it did probably do more damage to Sun's board than to Song High board, which was also part of the thought process of chucksing the
Yeah.
harvest away.
Yeah. Oh, is this
And we got
lethal?
a second info.
Inner focus is just 2
Spoiler.
damage.
It is. No.
Yeah, because you play
It's
it,
1.
you inner focus it, 2 damage, then you inner
No, you
focus it,
play
goes to
it.
3.
You play it. You Saber Spine Seal the Ghost Links, and then you inner focus the Chakri, which gives you 1 more damage on the first inner focus.
Yes.
Then you hit with both, and then you inner focus again, and that's 11 damage.
Yeah, you see, I was focused on giving the Saber Spine Seal to the Chakri, but it doesn't matter who you give it to, right?
Yes, but Saber Spine Sealing first.
Yeah, you managed to inner
to
focus on 3 instead of 2.
But considering we some
Songhai,
expected
right?
that there are Phoenix Fires in the deck and there are potentially a lot of outs to draw into, the decision was made to go for this play.
I mean, if you think there's Phoenix Fires,
I think then it makes sense to go for this. Yes. The other consideration was to just kill the Phalanxer and pass.
I'm surprised that the Chakri didn't go down in front of the general after that punch. Because you fall into Macantor here. Exactly the turn that Sun draws Macantor.
Doesn't really matter because Harvester clears the Chakri anyway.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right.
The positioning of it is pretty irrelevant because
it's better to block him from going up, I guess. But yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. I forgot about the Harvester.
So yeah, in the end, like it was probably best to just skip the turn and only clear the Phalanxer. Because if you have like 6 cards, again, Chakri gets a lot better. You can just cash in the 1 damage from the Ghost Links that was already on the board on the previous turn, and then with actually replacing the Heartseeker into the 4 wins, I think it would have been lethal.
Yeah.
With the 6 cards that, or together with the 4 cards that we played in the last turn.
This is heartbreaking because there's no way for Abra to kill Sun here, and there's no way for Abra to run away from the Phalanxar and not get that 4 damage. There's lethal on board right now.
Yes.
You have to put it in front. You have to put it in front of the Phalanxar. But what Abra doesn't know is that there's a Macantor incoming. Oh, this is it. Oh wow, that was unexpected.
Yeah. So
that was so close for Abra to finish it, but the draws just didn't really help.
Yeah, some awkward decisions, some unlucky draws. We see here the first Terran's Eclipse being drawn really late into the game.
It's interesting because you cannot punch with Harvester if because the Phalanxer dies. Nothing.
Yeah, the Phalanxer does.
In the end, the 2 damage from the Spirit Harvester on the Phalanxer mattered. Well, no, it could have gone 2 up. It didn't really matter.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oof. Oh, that was so tight. Very well played by Sun. I was not really expecting that that outcome. Almost until the end of it, right?
Yeah, so this was basically, as Smarty is also mentioning in chat, probably one of those games where it would have been better to just let the Spellhigh player play their game without too much input from the rest of the team.
Uh-huh. So there was of course, because
there were a lot of
also
suggestions.
because you have a different deck in mind, they play differently, right? I agree. You got to be careful with those situations, right? It's difficult to know where to draw the line between, giving advice and being too much, right?
Okay, so we have the Abyssian coming in here.
Oh, with a one-off Zenrui. Interesting.
Zenrui with 2 Grasp of Agonies here. This deck might look familiar to some other deck that has been played by Coaster Driver in the Flash Archons. And that the day previous to this Team Wars semifinal has won the Flash Archon tournament, and that's why it might be very similar to that deck. And what I did basically was change 3 cards. I added in 1 Zenrui and I don't know, 2 other cards for Artifact Hunter and 2 Blades. But otherwise, the deck is pretty much the same as what Ghost Driver played.
I like a lot the inclusion of Zenrui because it's a really strong 5-turn play. And, Abyssian doesn't have that much strong turn 5 plays. A good Zenrui can go a long way in those kind of turns, right?
Basically, there's Dancing Blades and there's Zenrui that you can include, but it's mostly neutral 5-drops.
Yeah.
That you want to play. And there was some insight that they might be playing some Bone Reapers in some of their decks, based on some scouting reports.
So professional.
That led to the inclusion of Zenrui.
We haven't yet seen a single artifact from Sun. I guess in the previous matchup, artifacts are just really bad because of the possibility of Songhai just to ping them off, right?
Yeah.
Oh, this Vindicator plus Phalanx Star is really strong.
Yeah, it's really good. Also, just playing an artifact into Songhai doesn't really pressure board, so you kind of already have to be ahead in order for it to be good.
We didn't see that until the very end last match.
Yeah.
Really strong beginning from Sun. Oh, here you are, Nangert. I didn't see that.
Yeah, playing a
I just realized. All right, okay.
So here there's a possibility for a Lure Grasp turn to clear the entire board.
Yeah, a Lure Grasp sounds really good. I would lure the Vindicator, right?
Yes, you would lure the Vindicator, hit it, and then play
Void Pulse the Egg, maybe?
Void Pulse as well.
Mm-hmm. You do throw 3 cards, right?
Yes.
But considering the start of the game for Sun, it feels like kind of necessary to use more resources to get a good swing.
Yeah.
But instead,
to play something else.
All right, yeah, Primus on the back line. I mean, it cannot be reached by the Phalanx Star, so that's good.
So basically, we said that our thought process was we never played Grasp in any Abyssian deck, I think, or at least I never did. So if they looked at that, they might not be expecting Grasp. And why we chose this line of play here was that we basically thought that we could get a better Grasp even than the one being offered here in this previous turn.
That's true, because this turn realistically they can only hit you with a Vindicator, right? If they decide to go forward with everything and play more minions, you're gonna get a better Grasp, definitely. But it seems like they're playing a bit around it, right? I mean, you don't have a really good turn for Sun here. You could flash Macantor, but that doesn't seem That does not seem great.
Yeah, the other option is just equipping the
Claws, right?
artifact here.
And that's what they go with.
Yeah, usually artifacts not that great into Abyssian because Abyssian does have a lot of ping. I
mean, this is
here,
already better with Grasp Lure, right?
This is already slightly better than previous Grasp Lure. It also deals with at least one artifact charge. And there's a Primus Fist on the board to clear the egg, so...
You can play the Crawler instead of the Void Pulse or something, right?
Yeah. Can actually keep the Void Pulse for maybe a turn later or so to clear the artifact completely.
Yeah. I mean, you could also just Night Sorrow. But I like a lot the lure here. I don't think you're gonna see a better one, because next turn, minions are gonna start exchanging. You're not gonna get such a nice clear.
Yeah.
It's funny because Sun was playing really well around Grasp, but that's the power of lure. You just put a piece that connects everything else together, and you just get such value. Wow.
So a very slow turn here. Or not developing anything, just clearing. And Sun does still have 2 artifact charges. Considering Adamantine Claws keeps its charges when you attack on your turn, actually means
quite a sticky artifact, right?
Yeah, we'll have 2 charges left even the next turn. So it's not the easiest artifact to clear.
And they have the rejuve to just suck up the damage that they take this turn and go back almost to full health, right?
Yeah.
So they clearly still have the advantage, right? Because they're gonna develop and they can clear the Primus Fist. But we are slowly going higher and higher in the mana, and soon you'll be able to play your Shadow Novas.
Yep. So actually really heavy here with still 24 HP, which means that it will most likely go into like 7, 8, 9 mana. That's where Abyssian gets really strong, and then the matchup can definitely turn, even if it looks quite good for Sun right now.
That's why when you're in a good position, you cannot get comfortable enough. Well, these claws are really threatening though. Because, I mean, thanks to Void Pulse, you can just tank 5 damage and maybe remove it this turn. But it feels like, they got a lot of value already.
So here with the Dark Terminus replace, there is actually a clear on the Rejuve and the Claws available. Which is probably the best here. Like, you don't want to play just... there would be a possibility to just play Araki, Void Pulse, and Night Sorrow.
But you don't clear the claws, right?
You don't clear the claws in this case, yes.
Hmm.
And if you want to hit the claws to at least get 1 charge off, that means that your Araki will be in range.
Yeah, of course, because you can't run away, right? If you want to hit.
Or like you could walk 1 down, but then it doesn't matter how you position your units. It will play into Flash, or it will just play into Mecantor. It's not even Flash Mecantor anymore.
Yeah, at this point.
Are now on the 6-mana turn, yes.
But the good thing is that, clearing the claws here, if Sun just plays a Mecantor, you know that you can play Araki, Night Sorrow in a much healthier environment, right? Where it doesn't have to die. I don't know if you could make a case for just equipping the claws. But we still see the Rust Crawler, eh? It would be a bad play in this case.
Yeah. It would also still be... It would give... Like, if you equip claws and go face or clear the Wraithling, it would be very low incentive. So basically, Abyssian can then block somehow, or maybe have a lady lock turn or something, or just a good Revenant or Nova. Like, the game can run out of control really quickly.
Yeah, and we have reached 7 mana now. So now is when Abyssian, turns things around, because until now it's been really dominant by Magmar, by Sun, right?
Yeah.
It feels like they've been ahead up until now. Of course, going first, you do have the initiative, right?
Yeah.
Oh wait, I didn't see the replace of the Araki. Oh, but I like this so much more.
This is actually like a really good turn here. Clearing
yeah.
Mercantor, healing for 4, and playing around Mercantor here, so that Mercantor either dies itself to both of the 4 attack units, or it just deals some face damage.
Confirm the buff to Night Sorrow being a 4/2. Now it kills Mercantor.
Yeah. It's really broken right now. We should tell Decoy that it actually got buffed. He will be so happy about it.
It's like, I mean, what is Magmar going to do? Like Harvester?
Yeah, it's most likely. I think it's Harvester, yeah. Like, you could theoretically Elder.
Later today.
Oh, is that a spoiler? If it does get changed, I wonder to what, because at this point it's been changed like 3 times, right?
Netzo is a bit too weak. It's now 4/3.
Wow.
Yeah, no.
I think you could make you could just flash Harvester, but then what do you do? I don't know.
Harvester Claws is an option, I guess.
I guess. I mean, it is. You can go face with the claws. Oh no, they decide to clear the rejuve first.
So in this case, it doesn't actually matter if they quick.
No, the order. Yeah, but better to get used to those kind of.
Yeah. And here we see the Rust Crawlers being very, very
really valuable. Wow, if they didn't play so well the Harvester against the wall, this could have been a really good turn of Rustcrawler Dancing Blades.
Yeah, but I think Rustcrawler Nova is even better.
Oh yeah, because you have the orb. Wow, the orb has survived quite a bit, huh? It's made it to the very end. Yeah. The positioning of the Nova, I'm not sure myself where I would put it, right? The Rustcrawler to block is clear, right?
Put it.
Oh, okay. Isn't that convenient? No, but let's talk about it, because I'm not sure.
There was some discussion going on the Nova positioning, because it's actually like important here.
Of course.
So where we placed it is,
I like it because you leave the Harvester having to take a big turn, like a turnaround,
walk
right?
2 down. Right?
Yeah, or go upwards for some reason, right? It can't be more aggressive, let's say.
And this position is better against an aggressive movement of the Magma General, which is the most likely scenario for them to win. Like, they have to be aggressive, right? We still have,
they need to finish this fast.
We have 5 7-drops left, so they kind of need to pressure.
I think you can see that in the replacement from Sun of the Elder, acknowledging that they cannot play so slow.
Yeah.
Mercantor here is really good, though. The problem is that's it, right? That's your play.
Yeah.
Then, to be honest, I don't know if you can afford to go face.
With your general? Yeah, you can.
Yeah. Because a second Nova kills you.
Yes.
Problem is, when you reach this 7-8 mana turns against Abyssian, and they're still at 19, it feels quite difficult to overpower their 7 mana turns, right?
Yeah, because most Abyssian 7 mana turns also clear your minions, so you
Exactly.
can't really. So you kind of need to deal face damage. You need to develop board. You need to be aggressive, but Abyssian kind of deals with all of these things while killing you as
Ooh.
well.
Is that
And has to be
lethal?
placed into lethal. Yes, it is with Void Pulse.
Ouch. They could have gone in the wall to avoid the lethal, but what is the winning strategy if you do that, right?
Yeah, I guess their thought process was probably if we have Nova Void Pulse and we just Void Pulse the Mercantor and Nova Phase, it's over anyway because then
Yeah.
any other 7-drop draw will probably end the game. So it's better
Well
for them to stay
played.
aggressive.
So we're 2-2 right now, or
2 and 3, I think.
2 and 3. Okay.
2 and 3.
All right. And now we see
Bet coming in.
Gassidans. Interesting to bring Vitruvian Obelisk to defeat Abyssian.
It's
I
actually
find this-
not a full obelisk list. It's kind of it has a lot of different things going on. It has Third Wishes, it
Yeah.
has some artifacts, it has Mirage Mask, it has a Frostborn Naga. It doesn't have the
Wow.
full obelisk package. It doesn't have any windstorms.
It's a really interesting list. I really like it.
Yeah.
I really like Third Wish, and the benefit you can have here from Naga is quite nice. But I guess the actual intention is to get it with some artifacts as well. Interesting list
Yeah, very interesting deck.
by Cosvid. So Abyssian going second. The Mirage Masters are really good against the Revenants. But I can imagine that Cosvid is looking for maybe an Obelisk or something else to start off, right?
Yeah. Replacing the Ankh is very interesting. Could get a lot of value in the next few turns when we don't expect it. And I don't think we expected it at all at this point. So
I don't see the artifacts to be that great against Abyssian because of the ability to ping. But the Ankh itself, you know, since it's not expected, it could get quite a bit of value from the low health minions that Abyssian plays early on, right?
yeah. And since you're not actually going in with your general and hitting yourself to remove charges from your artifacts, like removing 3 charges by pings is still very
That is
expensive
true.
to do for Abyssian in terms of how many cards they use, at least. Like the cards themselves are very cheap, but it's like.
But
3
how many cards you're left with, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting here. The fact that Abyssal Crawler costs only 1 mana allows you to do this opener, which is quite nice. I like it.
Yeah.
You deny the ramp,
Um,
so no Wind Strike will be happening this turn. I mean, Cosvid could still clear the Healing Mystic and heal his own backline and Obelisk. Not a bad situation for Cosvid right now.
Yeah, very good tempo play.
I guess they're deciding on the positioning here of the minions. But the trade of Healing Mystic plus heal seems quite strong, right?
Yeah. So there was actually. Oh, okay. So they do trade the Crawler actually, which is interesting.
Surprising. Yeah, I didn't expect that one.
Yeah.
Interesting. I guess it plays more around Grasp of Agony.
It
because
does.
You don't have to walk front with the Healing Mystic, and then get punished by a Grasp.
It does give a little more value to a Healing Mystic played here by Abyssian, but yeah, I guess just preventing Grasp plays to keep some board presence is quite good.
Yeah. you get punished by the fact that they have a healing mystic in hand, right?
Yeah.
But I guess that's less impactful
less punishing
to you.
than a grasp.
Yeah, exactly, less punishing. I wonder if you play the blood tier here to finish off, or to ping a healing mystic.
Yes,
you
we
do
did
go
play it.
you go down to 3 cards, right?
Yes.
But it is quite a bit of a swing.
Yeah. I think the thought just here is that you have to kind of stay even in tempo with the Vitruvian.
Mhm.
And just make sure to get to the late game stages where you just have better card quality. But
I
when
like
we look
not
at the hand here-
punching. I like not punching with the healing mystic. I think normally you're tempted to punch, right? But keeping the
Yeah.
minion at 3 health means that it's easier for you to clear the obelisk next turn, right?
Yes, just gives you a bit more ball presence, and you just want to trade minions into minions.
Yeah. And this is the turn where Grasp of Agony might get quite a bit of value. Because it's going to be difficult for Cosvid to play around it this time around.
Especially when playing obelisks, it's not always that easy to play around Grasp, because you do have minions that you can't position freely every turn.
I like the positioning of this Dunecaster to block the blood tier from moving forward without playing into Grasp there, right? Now, where do you put the last obelisk? Because you play an obelisk here, right? I like that position.
Yes, it is aggressive, but still very safe. So
it's like protected, but close, right?
Yeah.
Wow, Bone Storm would have been fantastic last turn. Wow. All right, that was a good replace from Nangert. He also knows how to play the game.
I mean, it couldn't have gone much worse, I guess. The only thing to draw was a Revenant.
Yeah, some other big minion from the Nova replace. It could have happened, but it was less likely, right? I think the blood tier punch into the dervish is good, but obelisks are starting to stack, and they're stacking early on. We don't see any Night Sorrows. I guess going down is good because you wanna leave the above obelisk a bit less useful.
Yes. So
but look
there's
at those
actually
spawns.
really good spawns, yes. But the idea was to just play a bit more defensive and then deal with one obelisk at a time.
Yeah.
And,
I mean, at this
didn't really
point,
work out here, but
at this point, I think you do Bone Sword Ankh, or you backline the strike to surprise the Ankh later. But I like Bone Storm because it clears the rejuve, right?
yes, it makes the Abyssian have another answer for the already damaged obelisk.
Yeah.
And of course, if you're really ahead on tempo and your opponent has to spend a lot of time and resources on your 2-drop, then you're really
Oh, interesting. No Bone Storm yet. Maybe we can
Yeah.
get more value out of it later on.
Yeah, and the healing mystic is really good here because it also
You can-
protects the dervish from
Getting Night Sorrowed, right?
Night Sorrow or even from Shrouded. I think it would die if it's Shrouded as a 4/2, but it wouldn't if it's a 4/4. Then it would
Yeah.
stay as 2/2.
Exactly. That is the behavior. Good positioning around Grasp, again, from Cosvid.
Yes.
And now it's kind of difficult to remove that Ankh.
Well, there's a Rust Crawler in hand.
Oh, yeah, I didn't see it.
Usually removes artifacts.
It usually does that, and it's quite effective. Some people say that's the only reason they put it in the deck, to remove artifacts.
Yeah. I mean, main reason could also be to annoy Songhai players by playing a 1/4.
Yeah,
I guess
we've
Rock
seen the
Override
effect of
would just
that.
be
So I guess you just route Rush Crawler, right? I don't see a good grasp here, so I wouldn't play it.
Yeah.
I like a lot the Healing Mystic blocking the Abyssian General from walking away from the obelisks, right? So when
Yes,
you're playing
that's
obelisk, it's really important to limit their movement.
So the decision here was to basically deny 8 damage from the Dervish
Yeah.
by rolling that one instead of an obelisk.
Oh, the Zenri came.
Mm,
Zenri can be really strong here. The problem is it's a bit late.
Yes, would have been good on 5 mana.
Yeah.
I guess it's a one-off, so it's kind of expected that you.
Yeah, you don't have it when you need it.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're Vitruvian at this point, when you're already ahead, is when I like to drop Aymara, right? Because you lock them in a position where your dervishes reach, most likely reach, right? And you give them another problem.
It also denies the general killing the 0/2 obelisk.
Yeah.
So just supports your board as well as obviously threatening a lot of damage.
It's funny how that Dunecaster has just stick there for a lot of turns, you know?
Yep.
I thought it was going to
And-
die immediately, and it's just been just chilling there, you know?
Guess it's quite good to keep around because it gets buffs from things like Fireblaze, and it can be buffed from other Dunecasters.
Mm-hmm.
So just triggering.
Yeah, of course. Better than getting 2 damage, right? There's also Fireblaze Obelisk in this deck, so
yeah,
you can definitely expect more value out of it. I mean, the lure here is quite
it's quite
good.
And the positioning of the Healing Mystic was really good as well, denying the general moving just 1 up and then centering.
Yeah.
So this way, actually, the other obelisk stays alive.
But what I like about the positioning of Zenrui here is that there is no way to kill the stolen obelisk this turn, right?
Exactly. Yes, that was the thought process behind this positioning. But as we can see, there's a Siphon in hand, so it's just going to be a 0/6 most likely, and the second Amara is going to be dropped.
There's a lot of potential damage here with Bone Swarm. Like, the hand that Kosvid has right now is just really, really, how to say it, it has a lot of options.
Yes.
So you can kind of choose however you want to play it out. Dropping an Aymara is really strong. And then just maybe silencing the obelisk if you fear it. I don't know if it's really necessary. But at this point, it probably gives you more value to use the Siphon, because what do you really intend to siphon from Abyssian besides a Revenant, right?
Yeah. Now, it could have been that keeping it for a Revenant was better, but as we see, a Revenant is actually drawn here, which is the only answer in hand to deal with the Amara. And actually something to note
the Nova kills Aymara.
Well, the Nova will kill it as well, that's
Yeah.
true. But it would lock the Abyssian General in place as well. So there's ups and downsides to both options, I think.
Yeah.
Like, Revenant is obviously worse to something like Mirage Master, which we've seen in the deck lists that they do run. And
It's always what you fear, right? Because right now you're dropped to 10, so a Mirage Master would be lethal. But this allows you to finish off the Obelisk, actually.
So this positioning played around Entropic Decay, but not Bone Swarm. We see they have Bone Swarm, so that's really good here. Also, something interesting to note here, I do think that the movement of their first Imara that was lured into the corner was a mistake. It basically tells us that they're not playing Syzygy.
Yeah.
Because otherwise they would have moved it down.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if they play Entropic Decay also. I didn't see it, but I don't see the benefit of moving Imara left instead of downwards, right? Or at least corner down.
Yeah.
Right.
This way, it basically just tells us things about their deck that we do not know yet.
But it's a very difficult spot for an Anger to be in.
I wouldn't want to be him.
No. Just making some suicidal actions here, acknowledging that it's just not possible to get out of this situation. Really interesting how Vitruvian there managed to push Abyssian.
Yeah, it's very, very good tempo start in the early game for Vitruvian.
Yeah. I think going first, dropping those obelisks, them surviving, the playing around the grasp was really well done.
Yes.
Oh, and we have a mirror.
Really well.
Draggle, I guess, against
Cosfit. Playing against Cosfit.
All right.
Here we see 1 Entropic Decay, 2 Syzygies compared to no Entropics and no Syzygies on Cosfit's side, actually.
Yeah, and you have a lot of insights now on Cosfit's deck with the Ankh, right? Seeing the Ankh must be like quite confusing. But now you know that it exists. So Rash's Curse can get even more value than what it usually does. I mean, it's not a bad start, a starting hand for Draggle. I wonder if he'll replace anything or just double 2-drop.
Yeah, there might be a consideration replacing either the First Wish or the Blood Tear to get better 2-drops. Just keeping the Primus Fist to have like a safe turn 1.
Yeah. I mean, Primus Fist plus First Wish is a good start because you know it's gonna trade well against other 2-drops from Cosfit.
Exactly. And also keeping the First Wish allows you to play Tiger First Wish if you draw that.
Oh, yes. It's a really strong start. It's almost as good as Sussbor. Replace the Scarab, replace the Scarab, replace the Scarab.
No. Yeah.
I like it. When you don't agree, you just don't agree, right?
Yeah, I think in Team Wars, like in the end, the decision has to be made by the player playing the deck, not.
Yeah.
And basically, the input from the team is just
suggestions.
Right. Yeah. Because in the end, the player playing the deck usually knows the deck best, and if you mix too many different suggestions together and make them the actual plays, like it's weird games are the outcome where.
Like, I don't know how you go about it when Draggle is playing vet, but I find it rarely that I will say, no, you have to do this, you know. Like, well, I know Draggle knows how to play this specific deck better than I would suggest him, right?
Yes, he does play the deck very well.
Yeah. I'm surprised, for example, here he didn't play the Primus Fist to threaten the Healing Mystic.
Yeah, I mean, we couldn't take the center tile with the Primus Fist, for example. So
no, but like a Blattom opener, right? Like below instead of on top.
Yeah, that would have been possible.
So Cosfit has a weird hand here. I mean, he can always win strike.
It's just win strike, yeah.
Yeah. You could even play it on the orb and first wish
And
the Healing
first wish,
Mystic.
yeah. I think that's what's being done here as well. It protects it from being cleared by the Primus Fist. It's, of course, relatively weak against Siphon, so if the Wind
Yeah.
gets Siphoned here and then gets rid of by the Primus,
That's why I liked it to on the Healing Mystic, but I mean, I think
I
this
guess
is
you also
a
don't
really
want to
strong.
give the Orb, because you don't have Siphon in hand, and they could play Scarab first if they get the Orb.
Yeah. And getting a Scarab against you turn 2 is just really strong.
Yeah.
We can see a Primus Fist here to clear the Wind Strike, and maybe a Rosh's Curse. Unfortunately, the Rosh's will not get the buff of the Primus Fist because of the order in which you have to play it. But it would be sick if the Rosh's would get the buff and clear the Healing Mystic, right? I wonder what Drago will decide. Okay. Yeah, this makes sense. You take the orb just to take it away, right? You don't really need it, but you prefer to take it yourself than to give it to the opponent.
Because there's a Scarab already.
There's a Scarab, yeah, exactly.
It's 5 mana, so you don't actually need the 6 mana, so you don't need to ramp into it yourself, so you're just denied. And now there's 4 Scarabs in hands, so...
Wow. It's a Scarab party. I mean, it's a bit of an awkward turn here for Kozvid. Do you want to clear the Primus Fist? Not great to use your Rosh's Curse just to clear that Primus.
Yeah.
Double Primus also doesn't feel great. Tough.
For both players, yeah. But
Yeah.
I guess it's going to be a lot better in the next few turns when the Scarabs come down.
I feel like Drago might have the chance to drop a Scarab next turn. It's also a good play to Healing Mystic plus First Wish, though.
Yeah, but I think if you don't get another 2-drop of the First Wish, it's just always better to Scarab.
Yeah, it's just Scarab.
Because even if it gets siphoned, it's still 4/7.
Yeah. I feel like backing up a bit in Scarab here is just really strong because you force your opponent to have an answer, right? And whoever Scarabs first has the clear advantage, right? Of course, it can get answered by a Siphon Scarab.
Or an Entropic, which
yes.
At this point we didn't expect Syzygy, as said, but we didn't know about Entropic, so obviously that is a very good answer into Scarab.
But having 2 Scarabs, you can Scarab and then, get it in Tropic, but then just Scarab again.
Yeah. It's like the worst possible answer is probably Siphon into Scarab.
Yeah. Which we do see it on Kozvid's hand,
Which we do
by
see
the way.
in Kozvid's hand, yeah. So, Scarab comes down here.
Okay. Positioning of the Primus kind of difficult. You don't need to play around Dominant Whale, so you don't need to worry about it. I guess we will see a Siphon Scarab, right? We don't see a Siphon on Drago's hand, so the Scarab from Kozvid might be unanswered. This is just going to be a battle of Scarabs. It's fantastic. Do we know if Drago runs in Tropic?
I think he runs 1.
1 in Tropic.
1 in Tropic, 2 Syzygies.
Yeah, there is some matchups in which Entropic just becomes difficult to get value from because it's there is ways to play around it, right? So I guess one-off, it's like Grasp of Agony, right? A one-off Grasp showed the value there, right?
Yeah. Okay, so we do see Scarab Siphon here. And Scarab was actually positioned very aggressively, most likely just to prevent an opposing Siphon to be too punishing.
Interesting. I mean, it is close, but at the same time, it can only be hit by the general, right? So I guess that's the reason why putting it below. Oh, the Syzygy to give back Blast to the Scarab? Oh, that's cool.
There is a nice play here to clear the Scarab.
And you can play a Healing Mystic on top of the First Wish. Maybe give it attack and give health to the Primus or something like that, right?
I think the decision was made to play Rasha's Curse instead to clear the board.
Oh, okay. I guess playing the Healing Mystic left one of the Primist on board. Problem is, of course, you wasted the 4 attack from the Dervish.
Yes.
But you took less damage, 1 less on your general. But it does feel like Aymara could have a lot of power now.
Yeah, it's either just Aymara or another Scarab. There was no Siphon in the previous turn, so obviously
why not, right?
Yeah, obviously the assumption is just that they don't have it, and hopefully they didn't draw into it for next 3 cards, which is actually the case.
Oof, you need to replace something here. Oh, that's not what you want.
Yeah. So this is, I think, just Portal Guardian, Double Mystic, and advance all your units.
Yeah.
And mitigates the impact the 1 Scarab can have.
As much as you can, right?
Playing into the biggest Stars Fury possible, but I guess you kind of have to
yeah.
play into it, not to give this Scarab too much value.
On board, there's a Scarab. Stars Fury is just a possibility, right? The Portal Guardian is a strong threat, though. Like, the Scarab here doesn't have a fantastic turn, right? Because everything is so spread out.
It can be used here to clear the Portal Guardian.
Yeah. But then you leave the 5/8, right? Well, but it doesn't reach just yet.
It's not in range of anything yet. Yeah. Then you could maybe corner provoke the general with the Aymara. We also see triple Russias.
A lot of burst.
Naga, so a lot of burst in Coswit's End, yeah.
Oh, but it seems like Coswit is choosing... No, yep. He's following your suggestion. Yeah, I think Portal Guardian was a threat, and having no Siphon.
Yeah.
This does seem like a lot of value, right? Because now there's 2 threats on board.
Yeah.
And there's no effective way to... Yeah, we can see that Cosvit is better at drawing Siphons.
Interestingly, Cosvit only runs 2 Siphons, and he
drew
both of them by now, and Draggle runs 3 of them.
Wow. Yeah, a Siphon Entropic here. would have been
Yes, I
really
think that
damaging
would have been
to
useful.
Cosvid. It could
But-
like literally turn this around.
But yeah, as Sohan mentioned, they didn't see either of them last turn, and both of them would have been good last turn already.
Yeah, that's true.
So assuming that at least before drawing the new cards, none of them was in hand is probably the
It's kind of
coolest thing
safe.
to make.
Yeah.
Yeah, here's the first side for now. Also in Drago's hand, although a bit late.
Really good positioning of the Aymara here.
Yeah.
You're still playing around with the possibility of a Siphon. The problem is, how much damage does Cosvid have right now? No, it's only 6, 11, 13, so they're off by 1.
Can probably clear the Amara here though. Or actually, it might just be better
I would
to
just
leave
go
the
face,
Amara
right?
around and go face and then.
You do fear the Time Maelstrom maybe, but I don't think I've seen Time Maelstrom in Dragal's list.
Yeah, I think it's probably safe to assume that it's not being played in this list. And I guess if you start clearing now against the superior kind of board presence that Dragal has, then
Yeah, you lose the damage. that you
might
can
be
do.
able to turn. So going face, developing the Naga, ensures that you have lethal next turn. And Dragal usually doesn't play a lot of healing, so getting him down to 3 with 4 damage out of hand is very likely going to be lethal.
It's quite interesting how Time Maelstrom with the board would be lethal.
Yeah.
Did Dragal replace already?
I'm not sure. If not, then replacing 1 Bone Swarm here is correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we do get to replace into the Windshake, which might be able to block after a full clear with the CCG.
Can you full clear with Syzygy though?
Yes. Mystic getting the attack buff to clear.
I
the spell.
didn't see the Mystic. Yeah. The Mystic can clear the Naga.
And then the Amara kills the Frostborn Naga. So Scarab that got siphoned actually blasted twice.
And you cover your face, so if they don't have out of hand damage,
Yeah.
you have a chance to survive, right? And a really good turn next turn. But the problem is we know they have 2 Rasha Scourges. Oh, and that's it. That's game. Oof.
Yeah.
The Siphons came in key in this one. Wow, so that makes it 2-4 for Teos.
And now
Truly
we
putting
stopped
in the work.
set and postponed it until the next day.
Oh.
Very good timing for it.
Oh wait, is it 2-5 right now?
2-5.
Yes, it's 2-5.
Oh, 2-5. So only Linar is left. Oh yeah, you mentioned before that.
Meselchi wasn't around until
Meselchi
1,
wasn't.
So we can send him in.
So what did Meselji bring? Linar 5.
Same deck as every week. Pretty much, I think.
I mean,
Maybe
if
there was some
something
slight
works,
changes occasionally. Yeah.
why change it,
doing
right?
really well with it, so why not?
All right, let's see. Meselji going first with those 10 Linar ribbons. It's a good hand to start for Meselji here.
Yes.
No replace.
Yeah, just getting a 2-drop into
double 2 plus
plus
3.
3.
Yeah, exactly.
Very good.
This is not a terrible matchup for Kozvit.
Yes.
We haven't seen any Entropics, but we do know the Aymaras and the Scarabs, together with the Portal Guardians, can do a lot of damage to Liner, right? I think the early game is going to be super important here.
So actually, we didn't want to even send Mistletoe in into this Vitruvian deck for as long as we could postpone it.
Yeah.
Because we thought that this matchup might be troublesome.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah, you would like to keep it for the rest better
Yeah.
than this one, right? So what factions does Tails have still? They have Abyssian, right? Vanner?
they have Vizian, Vanner, this Vitruvian list, and Lana.
And Liner. Okay. A lot of people like to throw in Vanner against Liner, so I guess that is also a good matchup that they still have
Yeah.
in the backup. Really strong start here from SLG though.
Yes.
You can even put the Light Chaser offensively because it's protected with the Silver Guard.
Exactly. And the Silver Guard protects the Promise, so that
The
can't
orb is
foul.
kind of yours. Yeah.
Yeah, because we do know that they play Scarab. Although we can see here that they could Siphon, still take the orb, and play Scarab.
Oh, that sounds like a really good play here. But it doesn't let you clear the Light Chaser. And if they do have a Martyrdom, that's going to be really punished. It's a tough choice here.
So the Lana list actually does have a lot of display targets that the vet has to deal with. Like if you're already siphoning the Silver Guard here, and you only have 2 siphons, you don't get to dispel any Light Chasers, any Sunrisers.
I see a case for even
Ninjas.
Naga here.
Yeah, Naga might not be bad.
Oh, we haven't seen the replace yet. Wow, Scarab is...
I guess playing Naga would give the tile, in which case Ironcliff might come down, and we do know that Coswit's deck doesn't actually run any really good answers into Ironcliff. If Ironcliff comes down, this is most likely a huge problem. So the decision is here to play Scarab. Yeah, this is obviously weak to Martyrdom.
Yeah, interesting that they didn't punch the Light Chaser. I guess they didn't want to go forward and get the damage from the Windblade as well.
Yeah.
No real good play to go with Martyrdom, but at this point, it's better than playing the Silver Guard, I believe.
Yes, for sure. Like if the first wish comes down and Scarab just clears Silver Guard for free, that's a huge tempo loss.
I wonder if you punch first with the Silver Guard the General to get a trigger from the Martyrdom heal, right? Because it ultimately represents more value than Martyrdoming without heal, because then you don't get the buff on the Light Chaser, right?
Yeah. And I think we might even not punch here with the Light Chaser.
You want to get more value out of it, makes sense. I mean, you don't have any heals at the moment in hand, but you can draw some Sun Drops that can go very well next turn with Sunriser.
Yeah.
There was a moment here. Okay.
Yeah.
Decided not to.
it was thought about to punch here, but I do think ultimately it's better to not.
Yeah, I agree, because you wanna oppress Vitruvian with board, and getting 3 damage ultimately I think does not accomplish that much.
Yeah.
I do see a reason to Naga here, right?
Yeah, I do think it's really good. Like maybe there were some better ways to play around it, considering we already saw Naga in the last game.
You could also just Scarab, given the fact that you've seen the Martyrdom already go down.
You could. You're most likely going to take a lot of damage if you Scarab here.
Yeah.
And you might just lose the game if they have the second Martyrdom. But it's a possibility. It's basically weighing up if it's worth taking the risk for a more likely win, or taking less risks if you're thinking that you can recover the game in another way.
In the end, Naga was chosen.
Yeah, Sohan does mention this in chat as well. You're already losing Heroes Vitruvian, so it might as well be better to play the second Scarab and just pray.
Yeah, exactly. Apparently the stream died, or at least that's what they're seeing. For me, it's working fine.
Same for me.
Interesting. Nobody panic. Yeah, so here you can actually trade with the Windblade and drop around an Iron Cliff, maybe?
Yeah.
Or you can 2+3.
I think we didn't even trade with the Windblades. I think we just wanted to keep it around to get more value than trading into
Oh,
a
wow.
free.
I mean, yeah, what is the Naga really gonna do, right?
Yeah. And we provoke it with the Iron Cliff, so if they don't use another Siphon on the Iron Cliff, which they already used one, the Naga can only trade into the Iron Cliff.
Yeah.
So
I mean, a
Windblade might
first
get
wish
more value.
is not terrible on the Naga.
Yeah.
But I do like a
if
lot.
they don't clear it, we do have the ammo. So
Yeah, I do like a lot the Mirage Master on this Iron Cliff. That's something that
Healing Mystic and Mirage Master might be good here.
yeah. Liner struggles with big minions once Martyrdom is out of the way, right?
Yeah. I mean,
So
there is
maybe-
Syndra in the deck, but that's 7 mana, which is not possible yet.
I like not trading the Windblade. I think
Yeah.
it improves a lot the current situation for Meslogy, right? And the positioning is really good because if you want to provoke the general with the Mirage Master, the Windblade can come in and take 4 damage out of it, right? It seems like they're not going to Mirage Master because they're going for the hit here. Which is surprising because I don't see a way to clear it. And if it's not cleared, Holy Immolation can be so strong. Oh.
Yeah, it was just an ordering mistake that actually is fairly impactful here.
Yeah, because 8 is different than 10.
Yeah, this, for example, gets cleared now by Immo plus Windblade attack.
Indeed. Because you can even drop the Light Chaser on top of it, and the Immo can also clear the Healing Mystic.
Yeah.
And then, you're developing board, and you're in a better situation than what you were last turn. If that would have not happened, it would have just meant that the general probably took 3 in order to clear the...
Yep. And then the Healing Mystic would... wouldn't. Yeah, it would just mean that the general...
They had to take 3 more, yeah. Oh, wait. So the Light Chaser is going to be played...
Yeah. So the decision was just to make an offensive Holy Immolation here.
I mean, it is much more valuable than the other one. But it does free from the provoke.
Yes. So I think there were some upsides to both.
Yeah,
versions of
I
the
think there's not a clear preferable play, right?
Yeah, this just leaves the Light Chase in a bit more offensive spot.
still really strong position for Mazelji.
Yeah.
2 minions, decent threats on board.
Especially with 2 Singers in hand.
Yeah.
Still very healthy.
The Sinjas are gonna represent a lot if a Scarab comes down.
Because like even Mirage Master doesn't cleanly remove Singer, because at least not
Not without a
if
Cypher.
you have to trade
Yeah.
in the generals. Which might not be the case. You might be able to hit something like a Light Chaser or an Iron Cliff. But yeah, here comes the Scarab.
Oof, this Sinja. Well, actually,
This is very good positioning here by Cosmic.
Yeah.
Makes Singer
plays-
50-50.
exactly. Of course, playing the Sinja under the Scarab is the best position, right? And
Yeah.
it just means that you kind of have to gamble. It's still not bad because the Scarab cannot attack it from the distance.
Yeah.
But there's no way I can see of killing the Obelisk at the same time, right?
No. So it will always end up being a 50-50. And
Let's
that's
see,
why-
let's see. Let's roll the dice.
Nope, we're not rolling the dice.
Oh, we're not rolling. Ah, goddammit.
We're not.
I mean, I do like a lot Light Chaser with this Sun Drop, right?
So here was a slight mistake. The Iron Cliff and the Light Chasers should be switched. That Entropic doesn't kill Iron Cliff and Sunriser.
Yeah. Could the Iron Cliff reach the spot of the Light
Yeah.
Chaser though?
Yeah. They could have just swapped positions here.
Because I think the
Because Iron Cliff was before on the Minotaur, I think.
yeah, so it can't reach where the wait, you mean the Light Chasers that already exist?
The other, the bottom,
Okay.
the bottom Light Chasers
Okay.
should be switched with the Iron Cliff. So that
Got it.
Entropic doesn't kill both.
Really, really tough. And what I like about this play is that you block the spawn of the Obelisk, of the Dervish itself.
And it also brings Cosmic down to 5 HP, meaning that they basically have to clear everything here.
Wow, this play
Or
was
done.
strong. I was blinded by the Sinja, but this is so much better.
And I think if the Iron Cliff and the Light Chaser are swapped, there's realistically no way to actually get out of this. Like even a
Okay,
free drop.
so we just see Cosvid giving up, understanding that there's no way out of this.
Yeah.
And Messelgy getting the win. Very needed for humans at this point.
Yeah.
So there's Liner, Abyssian, and Vanner, of course.
And
Here
the
comes
Vanner counter,
Samsara.
and here comes the second
Ooh.
Samsara deck. That actually has one more card, I think, which is a second crawler. Which is why it's called
and it's
Samsara
also
Crawler.
called Samsara Claw.
Yes. So this deck, as it looks like, it will also be very good against Liner.
Yeah, I
Has
can
built
see
some
a
prisons,
lot of
has
strength.
polarities for the Iron Cliffs.
High Hailstone Prison,
The
which is really
Surreal.
strong.
It has Owl Beasts. A lot of targets for Martyrdom.
Oh wow, the hand for Sun here. Really I feel like it's gonna be a full replace, right? No 2-drop.
Yeah. And,
Ooh,
CD
the
Crystal
Wisp.
coming in. Very good draw here.
Yeah, a complete change of hands here. Like from a very greedy, unplayable hand early game to be honest, the dream hand early on, right?
Yeah.
Oh, are they replacing the Wisp?
No, I think it's being played. Yes.
Ah, okay. I just saw the arrows going the other way. Not a great turn here for Messelgy. I don't think it's worth taking the orb, the mid orb, right?
Yeah,
So
one of them will just get cleared. So decision was to just turtle opener here, play one light chaser. Hope we draw a dispel, but we don't.
yeah, and it feels like the Heart Sister is gonna get it's gonna get value there because that Crystal Wisp is gonna suicide, and Sun is gonna go already to 4 mana next turn. Well, 5 actually.
5, yeah. So taking a tile, even like one of the 6 drops, would be playable, like Bone Reaper, if they draw.
You
into
could
one.
threaten both tiles.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Blocking Mesalgi from going forward. I guess it makes sense because it would be really easy for Mesalgi to just go forward, kill the Heart Sister, and steal the orb.
Yeah, maybe even
So-
with a provoke, like a Silver Guard, and then even deny Fae from walking onto a tile. And we see the Bone Reaper in the Hand of Sun, so this
Ooh.
might be a possibility on 6 mana play.
Wow, that Martyrdom in Mesalgi's hand is worth gold right now. I don't see an easy way to clear Bone Reaper if played in a favorable position, right? As it seems like it's going to be next turn. Here we only see the possibility of double Light Chaser or
Double Light Chaser is the play here, yes.
yeah, right. Because you could play the Rejuve, but it feels like you're not getting the full heal. You're not developing that much. And double 2-drop with a Martyrdom next turn maybe is better.
Yeah.
Ooh, I like the positioning from Mesalgi.
Yes. It
There's
does play
there's
on Bone Reaper a bit.
yeah.
I would have
I don't know if
liked
it was expected, but
well, as said, we expected them to play some Reaper because Kieran, I think, played it in games before the team was set.
mhm.
So
mean,
it
Bone
was
Reaper
at
here-
least back of finance. I mean, it still clears 1, and then
it's still the
moves
play,
into
right?
the
Like, of course,
I would
Martyrdom can come in,
think so,
right?
yeah.
But I don't see the Rejuve being a better play at this point. The question is, where do you put the Bone Reaper, right?
Yeah, I think they're putting it where the Mystic was.
I mean, that blocks the general a bit from going forward, right?
Yeah.
Of course, they do have a Martyrdom, so it doesn't.
Alright, so here I think there was even some thought process going on of not playing the Martyrdom and just
Oh,
playing
wow.
an Ironcliffe for tempo.
Seeing the hand of Sun feels
yeah.
like it would have been punished by a hailstone.
It would have been punished a lot, but we do still have to replace, if I remember correctly.
Ah, yes.
And yeah, that's a good replace. Here, unfortunately, the Martyrdom doesn't trigger the Light Chaser yet, so it would stay a 1/4.
Yeah. You don't need to attack with it or anything, so you can still keep it healthy
Yeah.
and keep it up red, right? You can
Still get value eventually.
you can block the orb with the Windblade.
So
Even
here-
though it dies to a Dancing Blades.
Yes, this was
Unless
taken into account because
Mhm.
next turn, if it dies to Dancing Blades, we have Ironcliffe plus another Martyrdom, which gives us a big tempo lead.
yes.
I mean, obviously, it's not great into double Hailstone in hand, but yeah.
A lot of mana for Sun, but not that many big minions. take advantage from it. I don't see a way to clear the Windblade at this point.
I wonder if I don't quite remember the plays here. I wonder if it's just Fenrir and Wisp. And then keep everything else.
I mean, considering you're playing a Vanguard deck that benefits from the late game, I do see the case in which you take space here.
Yeah. I don't think you feel very threatened right now.
Yeah, you don't have to back fully, but that orb is clearly not yours.
Yeah. You don't need to walk into Elytra, so... Maybe it's just a difficult part of figuring out exact positioning here to play around Holy Immo.
You gotta protect the Fenrir from getting hit by the Windblade, right?
Yeah.
Unless you're not taking the hit.
Yeah.
You're not taking the hit.
You're not taking it.
I'm surprised that the Wisp was backlined.
Yeah, this kind
Normally-
of plays around Immo and...
Yes. It
Yeah,
does,
not
because
yet,
you're
it's
blocking the
steps,
corner.
steps. Yeah.
It's a very nice place to drop an Iron Cliff, though. That little corner there. Interesting state of the game. Very healthy. Already on 6 mana, but still.
Yeah.
Seems like this game is gonna reach the long side of it, right? It is
Yeah,
kind of the
it might go
strategy
there.
on both sides.
So something like Tempest Ironcliff is not really possible because Windblade can't hit the Fenrir and
And take the orb.
take the orb, yeah. You could Ironcliff on
First,
you don't
yeah.
want to- you don't want to do that. So it's maybe just only playing Ironcliff.
Do you just punch with the Windblade face? Yeah, because
Yeah, it was
the
my
Wisp is
suggestion
provoked.
to punch with Windblade, but there were some other suggestions of not punching with it because now Hailstone Prison means that the Wisp can trade off the Windblade.
Yeah. And it's what we're gonna see, isn't it?
Yeah. So in this case, I think it might have been better if the Windblade didn't punch. Also, Polarity might be quite good here on
Oh, polarity on the
Ironcliff, but
On the Ironcliff
you,
is not
you still
bad.
need to trade in both of your units because the Wisp can't
Yeah.
move out of the way to give Fenrir space to hit. So it's just.
I mean,
it's done.
you can always like keep the polarity.
Like the Ironcliff will come back. It
Yeah, exactly.
didn't get removed from the game. It just get thrown back to hand.
But this trade from the Wisp is good.
And we will actually see Sun on 9 mana already next turn. While Messages will be a 7 mana turn. So very powerful ramping here. You would just need
It's
some late game minions now.
do you Heart Sister here to clear the Light Chaser?
I think so.
You do. I mean,
I don't
3
think there's
damage
big
doesn't.
difference.
It doesn't kill the Fenrir. You do take 3 damage, but you had to play the Retreat first on the orb.
Yeah.
It's a good development.
Tempest
From
and
Sun
Ironcliff
here.
is actually really good here.
Wow, yeah, Tempest is really strong.
But it obviously is bad into the second hailstone that we can see in Sunsand. Because
And you
if,
cannot
Tempest
clear
and
all the board, right? Because
you would probably
Fenrir
walk
sticks.
2 down and clear the Fenrir, and then corner
Mhm.
provoke that the Rejuve can't actually hit anything.
yeah, that's good.
Or actually, top decking the Sunriser here allows a full clear
Oh,
with Martyrdom.
and you have another Martyrdom, so you don't really fear too much
Yeah.
using one now, right? But how do you? Well, you have to take the spot of the. How do you clear though with Sunriser? Because
You walk one to the left, play Sunriser behind you, and then Martyrdom the Rejuvenate.
you Martyrdom the Rejuve, of course. Yeah, I was thinking about Martyrdom in the Fenrir because it's less, but this allows you to clear the board.
So do see a Sinja now in Missile's hand, which is also really good in this matchup, not dealing with all those big units. But
There's no way to clear the Sunriser here, is there? Well, we haven't seen the replace yet.
Hailstone does kill it. But,
Yeah.
It also wastes a Hailstone on 4-drop when you know that there's Sinjas and
Iron Cliffs, right?
I guess they didn't see the Sinja yet, I think. So, but there's going to be some like 7-drop in the deck, like either Seer or Sinja or something like Pandora. So you might want to keep the Hailstone for that. But I think the decision here is to Hailstone it.
Interesting. Playing around Holy Ammo. But this Sinja
Sinja
is looking really strong. Because you can Sinja and... no, you're on 8. I saw Sun on 9, but that's because of the Wisps that he managed to ramp up so much.
Yeah, so we might just see one Sinja here, which will get Hailstoned.
Oh, they drew another Hailstone. Oof. I mean, you don't expect another Hailstone after 2 of them, right?
Yeah, I mean, anyway, it's probably the best play to Sinja here, because it gets a lot of tempo. The alternative would have been Martyrdom, which I think would have been the 3rd Martyrdom on Messilich's side, so that's also very risky. And then playing double 2-drop, which I don't think gives you enough tempo yet to close out the game. So I think,
Messilg is down to 13. It's slowly going down, and this turn you can actually play a Twilight Sorcerer to get another Hailstone. Or the Bone Reaper.
Yeah.
I like the Twilight because of the hand. You get more hand size from it, but a Provoke, if they don't have a Martyrdom, is really strong.
Yeah. So I guess this gives Martyrdom 2-drop Ironcliff, which protects, which theoretically protects Ironcliff from another Hailstone from
disappearing completely, right?
Yeah, so it gets thrown back to hand. So this game is going like really long by now, and I think like we are not really in danger of dying anytime soon because we have the Martyrdom right here, right?
Yeah. I feel like that both of these decks don't have the burst to like threaten at this health, right? So this is probably gonna go quite longer, right?
Yeah.
The Martyrdom does
still
bring
has a lot
Sun.
of healing left.
Yeah, and
Sun is at full health.
Sun is at full health right now. This Ironcliff hurts though.
Yeah. I mean, here there's 2 considerations of either playing Ironcliff or playing 2-drop and Regalia, because Regalia is potentially really hard to clear as well.
Yeah, Regalia would have been a really strong player there as well.
Yeah, but we decided for the Ironcliff because we didn't expect any more Hailstones.
And now the Twilight Sorcerer brings a Hailstone? Maybe not. I mean, Twilight Sorcerer, if it does bring a Hailstone, then you can play Heart Sister if you feel like getting the Windblade out of Zeal to clear it.
I don't think you have to. Like, you're fine with going to 21. Like, you're not
Yeah.
it, and just keeping the half sister for a potential lethal setup with an owl and polarity.
And polarity,
on the
yeah.
line.
Yeah, because playing the Heart Sister also makes you a bit weaker to Tempest as well.
Yeah. And we haven't seen the Tempest yet. So it's not unlikely that Mythology has one in hand. Although in this position it would have been a replace because Lionel
It's not
does
what you're
have
looking
the
for.
board presence. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, but instead we're seeing a Fenrir Heart Sister to probably get rid of the Ironclef. So I'm expecting...
And a clear on the Windblade as well, probably.
Interesting.
So deciding for basically going for the highest tempo play here. There's still the Twilight Sorcerer in hand, and the Ironclef isn't any threat for now, for probably the next few turns.
Yeah, well, I mean, maybe a couple turns max, right?
Yeah.
But a lot of variety in Mesolgy's hand right now. No big minions, but you already have the big one on board.
I mean, there's some options here from Synergy. You could either play Regalia and clear some things. Regalia maybe double 2-drop and dispel the owl, or you could play Immo and Mystic Immo and then Shroud the owl beast. So there's a few options to clear board here.
It feels too risky to leave the owl completely unanswered, right? Because
there are only 3 cards in the hand of Sun, so it's not actually that threatening. Which is why equipping Regalia might also be fine and basically give you enough health to keep you alive even against the polarity. And then you can just dispel the owl and kill it with that. Because by just dispelling it, this gets a lot worse against the third owl, because the third owl will actually buff the second one still, even dispelled.
It keeps the name tag, exactly.
Yeah.
Not punching, which I think is smart, because you don't want to risk going lower. You don't need to as well.
But you can still stay very close here. You have a Regalia that you might want to get some value with in the next few games. So there's also no reason to run here. I don't think there's any realistic lethal here, even with polarity, because it would require like another owl so that the first owl could get buffed, and then
too many cards.
It would only be 6 damage with 2 extra from the general, so that's not really a threat.
I wonder if we'll see finally the Twilight Sorcerer coming down.
It should, yeah. I think it's really good here because
you can combine it with the Rejuve, right?
Exactly. Like you have really low hand size here, so you definitely don't want to just place 2 cards and draw nothing and stay on 3 cards a turn. So here, defensive positioning against Immo, also positioning your Rejuve in a way that Immo can't clear it and hit the general.
Yeah. Twilight Sorcerer is really good at sucking up that ammo with that 7 health, right?
Yeah.
And they do draw polarity. I think this is a turn for Mesolju to heal, right? Or at least provoke, because...
Yeah, you could double provoke here. I still think there's been no replace yet, so there's decisions here for like double provoking. There was a thought of just moving 2 up, equipping Regalia, and just hitting face. And
Circle of Life. That's also really strong.
Yes. Circle of Life just allows a full clear on the board, which is the safest option.
And you go up to 18, which is, well, then you take 2, right?
Well, you take 2 again, yeah. But you basically have more health than that because Regalia will keep giving you health.
Suck up damage, yeah. It's not very easy for Vanner to clear artifacts as well.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen we've seen 2 Rust Crawlers in the deck actually, so top decking a Rust Crawler would be really good. This is Samsara Crawler after all, not the original Samsara deck.
Does feel like Polarity here is a replace, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, and we see another Twilight Sorcerer, so a lot of Hailstone Prisons. Getting
Yeah.
started here.
Is there any other spells in this deck?
I think there were, yeah.
Oh yeah, Polarity.
Polarity,
of course.
obviously, yeah.
Just haven't
I mean,
seen
there have
played.
to be quite a few spells because it's
Yeah, because
an Owl-based
Owl,
deck.
if not, yeah. But I like the list. It's really fun. Polarity comes really good with Bone Reaper. With Twilight Sorcerer, it's quite a hit.
So right, yeah, 7-3. It's not bad.
The Ironcliffe is not in range yet, so it doesn't feel like too much of a threat.
Yeah.
But that Regalia is stopping some turns from Sun going face, right?
Yeah, I mean the Twilight Sorcerer is also really good against the Regalia because it will remove a charge and stay as a free
Still.
free. So,
Yeah.
so it actually takes quite a few resources to kill.
That Fenrir threatening the Ironcliffe to clear it next turn.
And we're not seeing any of the other late game cards in Sun's deck here.
Yeah, I'm missing like the Zurels, the Pandoras, right?
Yeah,
Now that
These
Martydomes
would be
have been played, it seems quite valuable to drop big minions.
but we are getting Ghostling draws apparently, so...
To go along with the hailstones, because I have this feeling that that Ironcliffe might go down.
Yeah, I think Ironcliffe and Rejuve is pretty good here, just going face. And then blocking the Fenrir from clearing the 3-3.
Not much can be done against the Twilight Sorcerer as well, because of that 7
Yeah.
health.
You might just want it to hit into an Ironcliffe so that it goes down to 4 health and gets cleared by an Immo next turn.
Yeah.
Like by playing the Ironcliffe, we basically expected it to get hailstoned. Because we knew they had 2 from that
Yeah.
Sorcerers. But obviously it was still best play. And we were overall feeling pretty good here. In this
Yeah, the
position.
healing has allowed, healing with Regalia has just made it. Well, this Polarity could clear the Ironcliffe. You lose the Twilight Sorcerer along the way, though, so maybe it's not the best, and you just
So
want
you
to,
might still want to
hailstone
hailstone
it.
something.
yeah. The problem for Sun here is the Regalia.
Yeah.
I don't see any way to get that Regalia out, and it's just gonna keep getting value attacking face.
Guess we might also be seeing Rejuve and
Ghostlings, right?
come down now. Yeah, to look for those Rust Crawlers and other big minions.
I like the positioning there.
Good play
Plays
against
very well around
Immo.
Immo, because now Twilight Sorcerer is weak to Immo, right?
Yeah.
This Rejuve is also really strong, tanking the Fenrir.
Okay, we actually do see them move up. So we might get some more value from an Immo into the Twilight Sorcerer, and actually they
Ooh.
do decide to clear the Regalia here.
Exactly after they draw the Rust Crawler, of course.
Yeah, I mean there's still 2 Regalias left and 2 Rust Crawlers.
I would
think,
keep
in
it
the
at
deck.
this point.
Yeah.
It's shown to be a problem, the Regalias here. I just wonder. Zuriel might represent a lot of damage. We've seen 2 Martyrdomes go down. it might be a really good turn to just Zurael in a corner.
Question just is, are you dead next turn?
That's a good point. The
Because
Sinja.
there's a Sinja and still a 1/4. Yeah, in your face.
Oh, healing the rejuve.
Yes, there's no threat of dying here
Yes.
as Liner, so healing the rejuve keeps potentially 4 damage around.
It allows for the Ghostling to not get that favorable trade, right? So
Yeah,
you're threatening
this means-
basically 13
We-
damage next turn.
Yeah, because
With the
it's,
holy immo.
we had immo already in hand, so we knew we'd threaten lethal if we healed the rejuve here.
Oof. It's too late for Zurael. You're gonna have to Hailstone the Sinja. But
Yeah.
it's just gonna come back down.
Yeah, and Hailstoning the Sinja means your best minion that you can play is a Rust Crawler. And it's not even
Does
removing
not
a Regalia
feel-
anymore.
It does not feel great. Oh no, this I mean, if I'm Sun, I feel like I just
Yeah.
YOLO the Zurael.
I think you have to, yes.
Yeah, because if not, how do you really win this?
Yeah, I don't think you can. Because if you just Hailstone and Rust Crawler, like this.
Yeah, here comes the Zurael. I mean, you could get favorable spawns.
Yes.
Oh, they decided to block with the Zurael.
So
Is there a lethal here? I don't think so. Because the Holy Immo drops the Zurael to 3. If you Regalia, you can clear it and then go face for 7, but then you're 2 off.
yeah.
I mean, you're not in a hurry, really. You have the Sun drops, you have a Regalia.
Yeah.
I
So it
feel
was-
like, just take it slow, right?
So if the spawns were actually better for some, with
Yeah, the spawns are terrible.
minion, then this would have been a good shot at actually surviving here and being able to deal some damage yourself with your respawn minions, but this will not be the case. As we see-
Interesting. Are they tanking the Zurael damage?
Yeah.
Yes. Wow. I mean, because you have Sun drops, you can afford this. But is there a way that Double Heart Sister could be lethal? I don't think
I think
so.
it might at most be a draw.
Ah, yeah, you have to attack.
Double Half Sister and Polarity would be a draw.
I don't know. I might have just not gone face with the Sinja. But it's very difficult to get lethal here. Okay, you see them backing off, you know they don't have it.
It was very unlikely for them to have it.
Oof, this match was intense. Interesting.
We see the Rust Crawler getting some good value here.
Chrome Cold on the Sinja.
And they can
Yeah.
actually clear the board for another turn. But they have no healing in hand, and we see
Oof,
the Tempest
and
in
Hailstone
Splash's hand.
on a Rejuve does not seem great. Oh, this Tempest is gonna hurt. And that's it. Good game. Wow, this was intense. Well, Mesel G bringing the fear.
Yeah.
Oh shit! So we're 4-5 now.
We're 4 and 5 now, and
Here comes Abyssian.
this is the Abyssian now.
I-
Also, a very interesting deck list. We see a Bone Reaper.
Oh.
We also see a Senrui in this list.
A lot of one-offs. There's a Dancing Blades. There's a Flame Blood. A Dark Terminus. The whips are really good against Liner. I mean, it's not a bad matchup, this one.
It's definitely winnable, yeah. Especially since Maselji does not run CS to basically out-sustain all of the Abyssian damage. Therefore, this is definitely a winnable matchup for Abyssian, which is also going second.
Not the best starting hand for Kieran here.
His thought was that potentially keeping Regalia into Abyssian is very good. Can play it turn 2. Not sure if we replaced it in the end. Seems like it.
I can see there was the thought process. The mouse was on the Regalia.
And we did actually like this hand a lot, I think. I mean,
Good
Mystic
hand.
would have been a...
You don't know if it's a Sarlacc Abyssian, right? It could
yeah,
be.
exactly. We don't know. And Kieran has played a lot of Sarlacc Abyss before, so keeping the shroud was very good. Just drawing it in the first place. To just have the safety of like a turn 1 Sarlacc coming down. There's also the Light Chaser. That would have also been very, very good turn 1.
Yeah, it would have been slightly better than the Healing Mystic, right? But I feel like not replacing there was good, because now
Yeah.
you have a 3+2. Kieran, on the other hand,
We see
may
a
replace,
very
right?
unfortunate start here for Kieran.
Yeah. I mean, the Spectral Blade early game is really strong, but no 2-drop to go with it. So I feel like they're just going to go forward and equip, right?
This means 3+2 is going to be coming down. Obviously, the Silver Guard is going to be in the face of Cassiva, so it might be cleared very easily, especially with the Spectral Blade and any ping, basically.
Yeah.
But still, it's a lot of tempo. At this point, I think we replaced the Shroud because...
Makes sense, right? It's weird to see Spectral Blade with Sarlacc, right?
Exactly, we didn't expect Sarlacc and Spectral Blade to be in the same deck, which is why the replace comes in here.
Yeah, this turn is really strong for SLG. Because now Kieran, as the hand is right now, would have to attack and then decide if to clear with a Night Sorrow a 3-1, which is not the best.
Yeah, especially with no other follow-up. So it's just
Yeah.
a 4-2 afterwards, so just going to be cleared by Archeon, and then something like a Rejuve can come down.
Oh, that's so
You
much
see
better.
a Blood here.
Yeah. You can steal the orb. I like playing the Healing Mystic before attacking, just so that you don't proc the healing of the Light Chaser.
Yes. You still do proc it because of...
Because
Blade?
yes, Spectral Blade.
So actually hitting first, then Blood tearing it, and then Mystic would have given Kieran 1 more HP.
And the same proc.
And the same procs for
Oh,
the Light Chaser.
yes. Because since you don't kill the Silver Guard, you don't heal from it.
Yeah. And then you get the better
The
heal
+2.
from the Mystic.
Oh,
Here comes
he
the
acknowledges.
follow. It was very minor, but yeah, still.
You never know, that 1 HP might come along later down the line, or may not. If
Yes, actually.
you're
very
Mezelji,
nice clear. You
you
just
just
hit the kill. You clear
Rejuve.
Spectral Blade and you clear both minions with Sunriser.
Oh,
You can actually use your opponent's cards to your advantage here.
that is so cool, though. This is sick. I didn't see the punch of the Mystic into the heel. Oh, that's really good. And you also get a buff on the Light Chaser that is becoming quite a problem at this point.
And it gets blocked by Argent, so well, best case scenario, it gets cleared by a Night Sorrow Assassin, which then just gets cleared by any heal from the
These
Sunriser.
5 minion health are so key at this moment against Spectral Blade, right? If Sunriser was a 3/4,
Spectral Blade, but there's no possible clear on both units.
exactly. Because of the 3/5, right? If it was a 3/4, it would be a really good turn to just equip, kill, and then Night Sorrow, right?
Yes.
But since you can't, you either leave the Sunriser or leave the Light Chaser.
Yeah, and both are a real threat.
Oof. You don't want healing at this point.
Yeah, you could just move away here, ignore both units for a turn, and play a defensive Rejuve.
It might be the best, because next turn you can actually double Night Sorrow.
Yes, and if you stay in range of any of the two minions and clear the other one, then the other one that stays alive will probably do a lot of damage.
Yeah, staying in range of the
here.
Light Chaser can be so problematic. Like, we're seeing a Holy Immolation in hand right now. That Holy Immolation could represent so much damage on the Light Chaser if it went face. A magnetized Holy Immolation here would be so dank. I would love it. We're not gonna see it because there's no magnetize, but Jesus.
Yeah. We should include magnetize for future games.
Just for
every line I play on ladder, just play one of magnetize for exactly this scenario.
exactly when this happens, right?
It's actually not magnetize is actually not a bad card. Like it can get a lot of value in the correct situation.
It's so unexpected. I think that's where the most of his value comes from, right? But sometimes it's just a dead card, and I think that's why people don't usually run it.
Yeah, like Lion has so many high value cards that if you're in a situation where top decking any of your high value cards results in a good play, but top decking a magnetize results in a dead turn, then
Wow, how strong is a Holy Immo Sun Drop here? How much damage is that? Oh no, it's a Rejuve instead.
Just Rejuve and Sundrop, yeah.
Okay. Pretty much the same, but better to keep the Holy Immo in hand.
Yeah.
You can get more value out of it than 4 damage to face. Oh, Kieran's already down to 13. This is going to be really rough.
Yes, so the two Rejuves can trade here, for example, and you can Void Pulse Night Sorrow.
It's hard. Yeah, you take 3 and then you double Night Sorrow, maybe? Or which one are you referring to?
No, I would. You have a Rejuve on your own that can trade into the other Rejuve. Then you just Void Pulse
you leave
Night Sorrow.
You leave the Light Chaser on.
Yeah.
Mm.
It's not in range to hit you, so you might be able to do that. But then you're floating 2 mana. You could double Night Sorrow. You can also lure 1.
Problem with lure, if you have Grasp of Agony in deck, lure can be so valuable later on. Also, with an Iron Cliff or something of the sort, right?
Yeah. Lure is mostly good for Iron Cliff because you can't really clear it with your first Nova or with Revenant, so might need that.
Okay, so I mean, with
So
this
we
strategy,
actually
you leave your
basically full clear.
rejuve alive, which is really useful.
I actually like this play. I think it's the best thing that they can do. Obviously, this means the Tempest is really strong,
Yeah.
but I think this might give them the best chance of winning the game. If there's no Tempest, no ammo, and those 4-2s and 4-1s can be used again to clear some other minions and stabilize the game.
Do you go double Light Chaser, or do you play Windblade Light Chaser at this point?
I think the decision was made for Light Chaser and Windblades because we only had one heal in hand basically for next turn.
Yeah.
So 4 would be
4 is
better
more.
than the free attack of the Light
Yeah.
Chaser. Yeah. And it also would mean that if they have to hit one of the minions, and it has to be the Windblade, then they're taking more damage. Like if they just have to hit the Light Chaser to clear it with another Night Sorrow, then that's not so impactful. Also, if we play double Light Chaser, I guess Revenant becomes better. Because
Yeah, that's
Revenant
true.
doesn't get cleared by ammo. But if they Revenant here,
Just a really strong position here by Mezelji.
if they just Revenant here, it's like 1 off lethal, so that's very risky. I mean, they don't know that there's an ammo in Mezelji's hand.
But you can assume there is
You can assume that there's some sort of damage.
some
Either
sort of
Sunrise,
damage.
Tempest, ammo.
Yeah.
But yeah,
And you can't drop the Vorpal Reaper because you're so behind at this point.
yeah. If you drop the Warper Reaver,
That's it.
you're probably dead to any heals, yeah. You're dead to heals, you're dead to ammo. So we might just see a Nova here.
I think
Maybe
it's the
Windblade?
best play, right? And kill the Windblade at this point, because it's the one that is, actually a threat. The Light Chaser still has to become one. We do see the Revenants coming in, but it seems slightly late. I see a lot of potential damage here from Kieran. Maybe
Yeah, I
even
think that's-
replacing something, right? Like a Light Chaser.
I think just 9 damage, so replacing the Light Chase into another heal would be lethal.
Oh,
But that's too
oh,
much
it's
mana.
too much mana. Too much mana.
Still, Rejuve and Mystic represent 4 additional damage on the Light Chaser, so that's really good draws.
I feel like you keep Immo, right? Because you
Yes,
keep
you keep
out of
Immo.
hand damage at this point.
You can also keep the Singer to clear any Revenants, something like that. If you
Yeah.
want to. But Immo is probably going to do the same thing.
I like this positioning because now you can put the Rejuve where the mana tile was, and in this way, they're locked in.
Yeah, this was actually default here, and this is the play. But afterwards, it was discussed that placing it above Archon was actually better. Because if they now clear the Light Chaser, that means that the
They can run
Rejuve has
away.
to run over creep, and it can't actually reach the general time soon.
Oh yeah, that's actually true. And you already have threats on that side of the board, right?
Yeah, there's also already the second Rejuve, there's already the Mystic. So you could have just
Here-
placed it above Archon and would have played around Nova clearing both your minions. And it
Yeah,
would have meant
'cause-
that, especially we didn't have another minion to go with an Immo, so actually them clearing the Light Chaser here was a problem if you didn't draw a minion that could be played alongside Immo.
That still regard allows you to close it.
Yeah, so that Silverguard was a fairly lucky draw here.
So this is gonna be game 5? Wow, Mezelji bringing it back. This is insane.
We do have
This was also on a different day, right?
Yes, this was then all those games that MSLG played were on the second day. And we will have a final game for the second spot in the final.
Wow.
See who goes up against Juve's disciples.
So much on
And
the
it
line
will
here.
be a Lina mirror to decide.
So what are the difference here? We're seeing 2 Zeers in
Yes,
the
and
eggs
only one Sincher.
and no light chasers.
Yeah, and we do see one Senrui, which might be good on a light chaser, but a lot else.
Yeah, it's not the best card to have in the liner mirror.
Yeah.
I guess it's better on different matchups.
Yeah, and we do see cards like Blood Alchemist. So I feel like aside from the Seer, there's slightly better card quality for the mirror on Masilji's side. But overall, this game will come down to who's going to be able to take board control and then keep it.
Yeah.
I guess just dealing face damage early on will not matter a lot. So both players will just play for the board.
Going first is something that I would normally prefer in a mirror. I don't know if in the liner mirror that also represents
Yes.
more value, but it feels like it's better to have the initiative, right?
Yeah. Opening 2-drop into 3+2 on Liner is really powerful. So that is obviously also the case for the mirror. And we see a really good hand here for Kieran.
Wow. Silverguard plus
3+2.
Healing Mystic, turn 2.
And on Masilji's side, we see double Healing Mystic, which is
not that great. Do you use the Martyrdom this early on a Windblade? It feels really bad.
Yes, there was a discussion on that. We also see the Martyrdom being hovered right now while the discussion was going on. So it was for sure an option.
I mean, you block the 3+2 because you kill the Windblade, but maybe on the long run, you regret not having more Martyrdoms.
Yeah. So
really strong position for Kieran.
Was decided here, and this allows Kieran to play the 3+2.
Steal the orb as well.
Yeah.
So there's no ramping for MSLG next turn to 5. I guess they're thinking about the positioning because the minions itself just makes a lot of sense. Unless they don't want to play 3+2 because they can't really heal anything from the Healing Mystic.
Yeah. So there is a reason to not play 3+2 here. And I think we've even done it in Team Wars ourselves on Liner. To just play a Silverguard in this situation. But yeah, I do think that just playing 3+2 is usually the better play here.
Interesting that they took the middle tile, allowing the ramp on the bottom one. But they do have to play a Martyrdom to do so because of the provoke. This is a good turn for MSLG because he can heal the Healing Mystic back up, and the Windblade up in Narnia is just not able to get any 2-drop cleared this turn.
So yeah, now kind of the dance for board control starts, where Kieran doesn't actually have any way to deal with the Mystics, and the Windblade can only hit face, which is something that you don't want.
Not this early on, no.
Yeah.
You might decide not to attack, actually.
Yeah. So I would assume, without any knowledge, we would see a very defensive positioning here from Kieran.
Playing a Sunriser in the back, maybe.
Yeah. just playing a Sunriser. Basically, you already drew out one Martyrdom as Kieran, so playing a Sunriser defensively might draw out a second one, and that can give you a very good advantage going to later stages of the game, where Masilji runs out of Martyrdoms. And then you just play Seers and your Singer and Ironcliffs that all get unanswered.
Really good draw by Meselji to get another Martyrdom, by the way.
Yeah. Also, the one-off
Circle of Life.
That is also a difference in the two decks. Really good here. Meselji can actually hit the Windblade and then Circle of Life to go back up to 24 and clear the Sunriser.
It's also good because you only use one card, so you start filling your hand again. Yeah, that's exactly what he did.
What a surprise.
I mean, this Windblade has a chance of getting quite some damage, but Meselji acknowledges it and doesn't allow it to get a good holy ammo by keeping the Mystic far away, right?
So we're just playing for board control here. We want to keep our minions around. Tempest is not really an issue. There's no 2-drop ammo yet, so those two Mystics are very safe. And now there's two possibilities here for Kieran. Either play Silverguard's 2-drop, which is a bit slower.
Yeah.
Bit
And
less
not
value
allowing-
if it sticks.
If the Healing Mystic was in range, maybe it would be worth 2 Silverguard Blood Tier.
Yeah.
But I see a case for just dropping the Ironcliff at this point because you've already seen one Martyrdom.
Like we can see in Masilji's hand Sunriser plus Martyrdom, so this might be really punishing if just there's an Ironcliff comes down.
Yeah.
So it's kind of weighing up the options of do you play the Ironcliff for better potential gain in board control, or do you play the Silverguard and you take less chances of getting blown out by something like Sunrise or Martyrdom.
I don't see that much value from the Blood Tier at this point. That
it doesn't give you any value. It basically has around equal value of one of the Mystics, now that the Mystics are 2/2s. And we see, again, very defensive positioning here. The corner provoke. A 2-drop Immo here would actually only clear the Silverguard and Blood Tier.
yeah.
And not kill the Windblade. So it's not even that good to drop.
And the Windblade is the one you want to ping with the Sunriser, right?
Yeah.
So really good positioning from Kieran. There's some thoughts of just dropping an Ironcliff here.
Yeah. So
You don't want it to get any damage from the Windblade, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
Oh.
You could corner provoke here.
Yeah, exactly. That feels strong. You punch because it still trades with the Ironcliff if it decides to punch it, which is really good. Difficult choice to what to do with the Healing Mystic here. I see the case for just going 2 up.
Yeah. I think the decision was to just keep it where it is because 2-drop Immo
That's
is
also-
actually not very punishing there.
That is also good. We might see just a Martyrdom go down. It's not that good because you don't have. Well, now you have a Silverguard Knight.
Yeah.
To
You
go
can
with
also
that.
Shroud and Silverguard and clear it that way, but it clears your entire board besides what you're playing this
Yeah.
turn. And
You do
still
conserve the
need 2
Martyrdom.
Healing Mystics around. Yeah.
But yeah, that's what you were saying before about the board, right?
1 unit trading into 3 units is very high value. And the damage done by the Windblade and the Silver Guard until now is actually not really relevant. So it's basically as if Ironcliff kills 3 whole units.
Oh, so there is a 2-drop Holy Emo coming in.
Yeah.
Deciding to conserve the Martyrdom. I would consider healing the Silverguard Knight instead of playing a Holy Emo on the Shroud. I don't know.
I think it's just going to.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like that. I agree with that as well.
It is a full heal on the Silverguard, right?
Yeah.
And Mesolgy is down to 14, so that turn was strong.
Yeah.
But don't develop much of a board, and you leave a space in the middle for that Sunriser to drop in. or Ironcliff. No, Ironcliff, sorry. Silverguard Knight into Holy Emo. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not bad here.
Finishing it off with the Healing Mystic.
Just give me 2 minutes, I'll be right back.
Yeah, of course. I think we're gonna go a bit longer, so you have time. Mesolgy taking the board presence, but down for 7 health.
Yeah,
There's still a
plenty of
Martyrdom.
time with
Oh,
Lion
hello,
Armor.
Harpo. You always scare me when you do that. It's tense. It's tense. We're like everything is decided here.
I can't imagine
It must
the tension that the players are feeling.
Wow. Because we're basically deciding who goes to the finals, right? For Teos, you're thinking, we were so close and we're getting reverse sweeped by Lioner. And then for humans, you're thinking, we can't lose now after we, did this heroic comeback, right?
Yeah, you put in all this work. You've come this far. So
Exactly,
they must have
it's
the
all
morale
decided.
to take it all the way. But Tejas doesn't want to let that happen. I don't know if they actually had like such a high adrenaline when playing, but it would have been pretty cool if they did get that sort of sensation to experience.
To me, it would be nerve-wracking. I think like the fact that you're playing with your team kind of relieves a bit that pressure, right? But I can see, playing completely by yourself can be really, really stressful in these kind of situations.
Yeah,
as we see the Zir. Oh, if there was no Martyrdom, this Zir would be huge.
Martyrdom is a very good card, indeed.
It is indeed. If the Ironcliff was dropped before, maybe there would be no Martyrdom. So easy to comment when you see the cards in hand,
Yeah.
I think this is Sunriser into Martyrdom. Well, Sunriser Light Chaser even.
Yeah, this is a very, very strong turn here for SLG.
I don't know where you can position.
Well, you want to basically block Holy Emo from getting any value.
Exactly.
So.
Exactly. Because 4 or 5 drop with Holy Emo next turn can come. Wow, dropping that Zir, so important here. And this is the board present that you were talking about before, Nangert.
Exactly. So
this is where the game
don't matter at all here.
Yeah, as soon as you don't go too low, there's very low risk in getting KO'd, right, against Liner.
Yeah. So most damage Liner can basically do out of hand is what, 8? Or even with general attack like 8. There's no tigers or anything on the board.
As soon as you're over 10, it seems like you're kind of safe.
Yeah.
A lot of removal here in Kieran's hand with 3 martyrdomes. The thing is, Mezelji used the martyrdomes early on, which allowed this board to be, what it is right now, at the expense of their life, right? And now Kieran is going to use the martyrdomes, but it's just going to heal Mezelji back up. And that's when martyrdom doesn't feel that good anymore, right? Also, when you have a Sunriser and a Light Chaser to deal with. We might just see double martyrdom.
Or an Ironcliff being played.
Or an Ironcliff.
That is very risky.
Yeah, because that Light Chaser is getting real strong. Oh, the corner provoke.
And there's an amazing play for Mezelji now. But we will see if he actually...
We'll see if he does it. Is there a replace, or is it with the hand that currently is available?
There's a replace.
There's a replace. Let's wait for it then to make our conclusions. Because I see Sunriser into the Sun Drop, right? But
yeah,
I feel like an extra heal or something.
Yeah.
To free this this Light Chaser would be so big.
Something like another Sun Drop, maybe.
Double Sun Drop. Wow, you can actually one-shot this this Ironcliff.
and keep your Light Chaser at 5/4 by just healing it again with
yes.
Sun Drop.
And this Light Chaser is gonna be 9/4.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah, you don't need to heal yourself.
Yeah, you don't.
Because of the Martyrdome that was just played.
Here comes the mistake. Mystic hitting the Ironcliff when it didn't need to. Instead of just the Sun Drop. And due to...
Playing the Light Chaser after as well.
It wasn't hit at all because of the rope. So actually turn timer was running out, and therefore there was no Light Chaser. That would have been a 5/4, and there's no Mystic blocking a good ammo. So there's actually a lot of value lost here. And the game would have been over at this point if that play was...
Because a Blood Tier Holy Immo clears 2 minions here.
And then Martyrdom clears.
If
you want
full board wipe is possible here.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting position of the Blood Tier. Okay, no. Yeah, that makes more sense. Wow, this Holy Immo is a lot of value. You're clearing 2 threats that are just out of proportion at this point.
And I think instead of the Martyrdom now, Silverguard comes down. I do like this actually. Because
problem is you don't want to heal further, right? If you Martyrdom, you kind of bring the board state to more even, but you don't develop anything.
Yeah. So I do like this play here by Kieran.
There's 2 Martyrdoms still in Kieran's hand, and I think Mezelji only has 1 Martyrdom left.
Yeah.
This may matter on the long run. Also, a Regalia. We haven't seen Regalia until now from either side. In a matchup that I think Regalia is really strong.
Stacking Regalias is a huge win condition in this matchup, yes.
Yeah. Ironcliff is going to go down. I mean, you can Ironcliff and Rejuve here. That if we do see a Martyrdom on the Ironcliff, that's gonna mean full health for Mezelgy.
So here, finding the best position to play around Holy Immo. Due to double provoke, there is actually
Yeah.
only an Immo on Batu. And we did expect a Martyrdom here on the Ironcliff, which is why the punch the Silver Guard happens.
Mm-hmm. You're expecting to be healed, so at this point you take the 3 damage, right?
Yeah.
Because if there is no Martyrdom, at that point you almost have lethal, right?
Yeah, and double Immo from Kieran now is not lethal either. It's like one off.
Oof.
So it was fairly safe to punch. There's the Martyrdom to basically heal back to full.
So would that mean that a Blood Tier with double Immo would have been lethal there? I didn't really count.
If a 10 mana play was possible, then it's...
Oh yeah, Blood Tier is 2 mana. Interesting that they don't use the Sun Drop. I guess they're keeping it for when they can proc some Sunriser.
Yeah, like they're not in actual threat of dying. Most cards in Lana are either 4 mana or 2 mana that you want to play and combine in a turn.
Oh, they can stack a Regalia now. If Regalia does not get destroyed this turn.
Yeah, which is very unlikely to happen. Since the Lana decks don't run Rust Crawlers. If I remember
I mean,
correctly.
you could Holy Immo punch to remove it.
Yes.
I think that's what we're gonna see. Because
That's
the
true.
problem is double Regalia is too risky, right? It can actually bring the game back to Kieran, which is behind right now.
I think even with Kieran's low health total, this is still very, very open. Especially because
Yeah,
Kieran
of
has
course.
5 cards on hand. And by getting like a Seer, can go into his direction very quickly.
We're gonna. If I'm Kieran, I would like to replace something, but I don't know if they can replace the Sun Drop. We kind of need it to curve out better.
It might just be Regalia to clear the Windblade and then heal. Because if you're clearing the Windblade, you have to heal. So yeah, replacing the Windblade.
Interesting. Going down to 4, but healing up to 8. Oh, and there's the Sunriser. Finally getting some value more than just the heal from the Sun Drop. Sinja is good, but not at the moment. You could make a case for Sunriser plus Rejuve.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the play as well. And then just finding the best position to play around Holy Immolation. It removes 1 artifact charge, which is very valuable. And it plays 2 minions that both take off the second artifact charge if they're being traded into. So.
And you leave Kieran at 6, right? Which is
yeah,
it's good.
This
You
is
just have to
actually
play
fairly
into Holy Immos and Sunrisers to not lose your board, right? So maybe like a ladder positioning here. Or this little conga line.
Drawing 2 light chasers isn't necessarily.
It's not what you want to see. You could drop the Sunriser.
I think you kind of have to martyrdom the
Sunriser.
here.
Yeah. I mean, you
And
can
then-
Sunriser, Martyrdom, Healing Mystic, and then go face, right? You
Yeah.
develop a board. The positioning is also key here. I don't know. I feel like you have to play some type of ladder positioning. Like Sunriser below their general. Oh wait, no. That's different than what I was expecting. Oh, a holy immo.
And then clear the.
Oh, they
Reach of
value the
face.
martyrdom.
And that removes the second Regalia already.
Ooh. And they also got retaliated from the Sunriser.
But I think this couldn't have been avoided, so.
No, without using martyrdom.
It was strengthened in the case of playing martyrdom over Emma.
Yeah, exactly. The problem about playing martyrdom is that an Iron Cliff or any big minion, then you don't really have a way to answer it. Like we're gonna see Sinja now, right?
Right. Yeah. And Misilchi is actually at a good enough high health total that there's no threat of actually dying. So the 2-drop that actually comes down is the Light Chaser, not the Healing Mystic. Which is obviously a lot bigger threat.
Yeah.
And I think we see it alongside of the Sinja here, not the General. Because also Immo on the Sinja and Light Chaser is not enough to clear any of it.
And the good thing about this order is that next turn, the Healing Mystic provides you even more value. The other way around, Light Chaser would just kind of be a bit of a dead card, right?
Yeah.
Now Kieran is in risk of dying, right?
Yeah. So basically he has to martyrdom now to clear the Sinja. And then he could also clear the Light Chaser with
by punching at first,
Mystic.
probably.
And just Healing Mystic is enough.
Ah,
and
yeah,
then
yeah,
you can
yeah.
walk
You don't need to
behind
punch.
the Light Chaser. By
True.
walking, you can walk behind the Sunriser, not the Light Chaser, and protect yourself that way.
So Kieran will stay at 8, which is slightly safe, given the hand that Mesolgy has at the moment. But this Regalia from Mesolgy might get
Now,
out of hand.
2 Regalias actually down for Kieran, and all 3 Regalias are still left in the deck for Misilji. So
The Light
Kieran
Chaser
is
just keep
now-
coming back.
Basically, playing Regalia is not a clear win condition for Misilji, while Kieran wants his Seer. I think there's 1 Seer left, which can be a very high value minion in the later stages of the game. There's 1 Martyrdom left in Misilji's hand, which I think we will see being played here.
The problem about using the Martyrdom here is that if a Seer comes down, you don't really have anything to deal with it.
Yeah. So this decision was just playing for tempo instead of
Just going for the kill.
Monsters. Yeah.
The Light Chaser outside of range of Zenrui. So
it's
Zenrui
a
is the
3/4
dead
anyway,
card.
because of the. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like it got
Yeah.
buffed, so it can't get stolen. Well, it can
You
get
could steal
dispelled
it
and stolen.
with a shot.
Not a great hand for Kieran here.
When you're Kieran, you can actually ignore the Light Chaser for now, because it's
think
so
you
far
have
away
to,
from the
right?
general.
You have to protect yourself at this point. We don't see lethal in Mezulji's hands though.
Yeah. So it's just Zenrui played out without. using its
Oh,
effect.
here comes the Zir. You could
And,
actually Holy
this is
Immolate
one
and
off
go
of-
face. One off.
Then the Seer will come down and take the place of Archon, because Archon can suicide into
Yeah.
Silver.
And you want a suicide, right? You don't want to give a chance
Yeah.
to the opponent to actually martyrdom it or dispel it. Would be worse
Because
even.
there is actually still Dispel left in Misurge's deck, which is why hitting here with the Regalia is actually a mistake, probably, and it should have just been clearing the Healing Mystic.
Oh, that would have been interesting.
Because then Archon
not
can't
punch.
actually suicide. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then top decking Dispel can guarantee lethal on the next turn. But we see the second Regalia now in Misurge's hand. Regalia is stacking probably the best win condition left in the game. As we see, Misurge is down to 10 cards. I think at this point Kieran was down to something like 8 or 9. I think it was fairly even.
Yeah, it's really close.
Cards that were left. So Fatigue is actually a valid win condition for both players as well. And yeah, as we see this here coming down. And one change that was actually made recently in a patch was that Regalia now blocks fatigue damage, if I remember correctly. Which means that it's very powerful when this game actually goes to fatigue.
Oh boy.
Does it really? I actually didn't even know that.
I think it does now, yes.
It blocks the Regalia was buffed? What?
Yeah. I think this was one of the recent changes. That fatigue damage can now be blocked by card effects. Okay, see the Light Chaser trade here into the Windblade Adept, setting up a good Tempest, clearing 2 minions on Kieran's side. But there is actually a consideration to make here of how far you want to step forward into the Seer, and if you want to actually play any cards, because playing the Tempest now doesn't actually give you any more value than playing it next turn. So just holding it is a valid option.
Gonna have
Same
to
with
drop,
the-
guys. I didn't expect this year, but I'll leave you guys to finish this.
Sure.
Thank you so
Alright,
much,
check it.
guys.
Thanks for joining
Thank you for
us.
joining.
Of course. I will be watching. But
You have a good one. This is quite a DC to finish things off with.
So yeah. You see that no card was being played by Misurge in the last turn, actually just refilling the hand, and Kieran can play now a Regalia on Seer, which is of course very powerful as well, giving it 7 attack. And there's some healing left as well with the Rejuve.
Yeah, I'm curious. Kieran can't really afford to. I feel like both players could try to refill their hand and then create a sort of stalemate if they want to, but it might not be viable for Kieran to do that. It's really dangerous to go in though.
I mean, there is one good play available, and I think Kieran will actually make this play. Playing Rejuve plus Ironcliffe and protecting the Ironcliffe very well here. So that there's no Singer play available to clear the Ironcliffe.
I like this. It's sort of an all-in, and it's very
it's an
threatening.
all-in. Very strong position here by Kieran, but considering we do see both players' hands, there's an amazing clear here from Silji playing Tempest to clear the majority of the small minions and the Rejuve together with the Mystic, and then playing the Singer next to the Ironcliffe.
Yeah, this is a really amazing Tempest. This Kieran has 20 damage on the board at the moment. -2 for 1 armor proc, I guess.
Yeah.
Most of that's about to be cleared.
I think there are no martyrdoms left, so Singer is very, very threatening right now. Seer can clear the Singer with the Regalia and then heal back up a bit with the Healing Mystic. But if both players run out of cards,
if there's only, I wasn't keeping entire track. If there's another Holy Immo would be a little shy, right? That'd be 4. That no, if they drew a Holy Immo, that would have been it. It would have been a nice pickup. I don't know if Kieran can really afford to make this, but because they can't hide from it either, they're gonna have to. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the only available play.
Must be pretty awkward though for Mezelji a little bit. If you want to punch into this, you're taking a hefty 7 damage hit.
Yeah.
Interesting split from Kieran. This actually doesn't help their position out too much. I don't think.
And do see a Singer now in Kieran's hand, so another one of the few big units left in both players' decks. But yeah, it's in this position very hard to proc Singer actually, because I don't think Kieran wants to take a lot more damage. So it might just be a vanilla 7/7.
I feel like the positioning Kieran chose is very risky. Yeah. Mezelji's just gonna park himself right in front.
Yeah, this is just a clear on the Regalia.
Interesting, I like it. Using the second armor. Protect yourself. And keep your first armor.
Reserves the last charge. Yeah.
Very clever.
Yeah, just some thoughts of if it's possible to die here with double armor equipped, and if there's any reason to play the Sundrop.
With the standard
not sure.
player of Lionor, I'm not sure if there's a way for you Mezelg to be taken out on this next turn on an empty board. This is a pretty nice sort of checkmate though. Kieran can't afford to play Sinja, that's a losing move. So they have to do Rejuve Windblade and hope.
There is a play of playing Sinja, or just clearing the Windblade and playing Sinja and Windblade instead, playing Rejuve, because if Argent just hits units for free with his double armor, you're also losing the game.
You know, you make a
And
good
playing
point.
a 7/7, playing a 7/7 has the best potential of actually hitting twice for damage.
Would there have been any merit in walking two to the left and then having Sinja block the enemy Windblade? Putting Sinja in front of Mezelg's Argion. Because the only thing about this play is any replace is going to
Into any damages.
nail you.
Sunrise and Tempest. I'm not sure what's actually left here in the deck. It's 4 cards.
Surely something delightfully damaging left. Ah,
Like a
Regalia.
third Regalia.
Well,
I mean, it is damage, but not enough to kill the Seer here.
Kieran, looks like they're gonna survive. You get a free clear on the Windblade Adept, and then if you want to, you're mostly protected from this Sinja. You
Or you
also
can just
get the heal.
clear the Sinja.
You could also just clear the Sinja and then
Then double heal, and I think you cannot die at that point.
yeah. Held back on the that's smart. I don't know if the Sunriser is still in the deck, but if there's one left in those 2 cards, that could be a really big deal.
We thought that there was one left, but we're not sure. So that was at least the thought process of not playing the Sundrop. And I actually didn't pay enough attention now on which cards are already used to know if all got used. But we see Kieran here using the Tempest, accepting the defeat.
Yeah, I wasn't ready for the accepted defeat at the end there. I was like, oh man, is it gonna come down to the
Go on
damage?
for some more.
Yeah, I was expecting the fatigue. Alright, with that wraps up the semifinals of Team Wars 2. Congrats to Juve's Disciples and Humans. The number 1 and number 2 teams made it through, so I suppose the tournament standard tournament setup systems are working as intended, right? They will both be in the grand finals, which have not been played yet.
Yes, they will be played next week and probably sometime after that's streamed. So I'm really looking forward to that and to the cast. I think the casters for the final are already set, right?
We'll have to see, because we've decided to record still. I don't know how long the sets are going to be, so we'll see. But
well, let's hope for a long one.
Yeah, let's hope for a fun grand final and third place match as well. Both will be recorded and casted. The true finale of Team Wars is coming soon. The games are set for, I think, Friday or so. We will be on the new patch, obviously. And I will have the cast ready to go as soon as I can after the games happen. There will also be kept as a surprise. The results will be messaged to me directly rather than posted in the Discord, as they had been up to this point. So that'll be really fun. the casters won't know unless they're participating, but I think we were looking at Bladden and whoever's joining Bladden for the finals, so they're not in the finals.
Okay, looking forward to the cast after playing the games.
I as well. All right, Nangert, and everybody else, I am going to raid Calvin because Calvin is hanging out and streaming. I see. That's all I've got for you now, though. Thanks for joining me today, Nanger, and again, Chocobo.
Thank you for hosting, as always.
It's always my pleasure. Take care, everybody. We're going to head over to Calvin and hang out.